Man, I can't wait till Monday's show. Oh, I mean, what's up, Myles?
Whoa!
Oh, hey, what's up?
We can go straight to Monday. Who needs a weekend?
Who needs a weekend? Yeah, I think most people do. I just want AJ to be here so we can talk about K-pop Demon Hunters on the show.
Of course.
Yeah, sounds right up AJ's alley, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Yeah, how you doing, Bryan?
Doing okay, man. Doing okay. It's Friday. I got a lot of work to do. I'm trying to get everybody knows I'm trying to work on October videos, but I'm also trying to get PSVR this week out tonight. We're doing a show right now. There's a lot of prep work to do for it. So I'm kind of nonstop, man. I'm running around like crazy, but I'm having fun doing it. How about you?
Yeah, dude. I mean, to be honest, I'm not feeling great at the moment. And just to say, Bryan bullied me. I said, Bryan, could I please have the evening off? And he went, nope. You're on your third strike, and then you're out. So I dragged myself out. No, Bryan, very.
In all fairness, I was hoping you would bail so that I could be like, third strike, Jimmy's in. Relief pitcher, let's go.
Unfortunately, you came up with an amazing topic. If you just said, you on for tonight, I might have been like, but you were like, are you up for ranking every single Walkabout mini golf course? And I was like, how could I miss out?
I know you're sick. Would you like to have a nice short show where we talk about 34 different golf courses?
Dude, this is. I'm super excited for this.
Nice.
This is a great topic, dude.
Well, then let's fucking go, dude. You ready to go?
Yeah, it's a great topic. Let's ruin it. Let's go.
Yeah, let's ruin it by talking about it. This is PSVR GamesCast Live. We film live every single Monday, Wednesday, and 2 Wise Friday right here on YouTube. We should really start calling it 3 Wise Fridays. I mean, right? You add me,
3
plus
Wise.
you. It's a lot of fucking Wise going around, right?
Why?
People start tuning in and going, why are we even here?
Exactly. We always are very existential. Like, why do this?
What's life all about? Is God really real, or is there some doubt? Is life just a game where we make up the rules while we're searching
and why
for something to say?
Why VR? Why VR? Why
really,
do it?
Man, I started playing Cyberpunk on Switch 2 the other night, and it's like, that's all I want to talk about. So, like, if you guys just want to, like, pivot right now, I mean, I'm fucking down. Screw PSVR2. Place is a fucking wasteland.
Whoa. Well, Game Cato in the chat wants to disagree. Just sent 5 PSVR2 without Parole gift memberships. Wow. Welcome to the fams. All these green names. Green names are wonderful in the chat. Hello.
Sirens on my end. To celebrate. They're out there celebrating the green names, obviously.
Dude, can we get Sirens on my end t-shirts before the end of the year?
Before
or at least the end of the
sure.
decade.
Yeah.
By 2030, please.
My goal was to have Sirens on my end t-shirts ready for GameCat Meetup 2025, but now it's gonna have to be ready for GameCat Meetup 2026. We'll take what we can get here.
It's happening, guys. You heard it here first.
Thank you, Game Catos. Thank you so much, everybody. We do this show live for your viewing pleasure right here, 6 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. For those earballs, the eyeballs. But for your earballs, we get those covered too. We put stuff on podcast services of your choice. My name is Bryan Paul from this channel right here without Parole. This gentleman over here to my left, your right. It is Myles Dye from youtube.com/Moyles. I got it in there. You thought I wasn't going to do it.
I thought I was safe. I thought I'd cleared it. I was like, yeah, he's not going to do it. And he did it. He did it.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I feel just at home. Hello, Bryan. Hello, Game Cats. Bryan, this week,
Smack. Sorry.
Yeah. I definitely need a smack right now to wake me up.
I could use some smack.
This week, I started doing Let's Plays again.
I didn't think you were going to pause. I took a coffee sip.
That's right.
You played Surviving Mars.
Did that happen this week? I did that. No, I did that on Saturday.
Okay.
I did that on Saturday, and then
every day's the same, Myles. I don't know.
I know, but what happened was, so for me, Bryan, it's because to do a Let's Play, you want to do at least an hour of a game. You need to set up and stuff like that, and doing it in the evenings just hasn't been practical. And so I thought, look, the way I could do it is if I try and get myself out of bed before midday and do it in the mornings. Now, it's not going to be an ideal time for my American friends, but it's better doing something than nothing at all. And so every day this week I had a Let's Play 10 a.m. UK time, which was 5 a.m. Eastern and 2 a.m. Pacific time. I had some Australian viewers saying, I can watch you live now. So winners and losers all round, right? So I had 5 Let's Plays scheduled. I did them up until Thursday, and then today I was really feeling rough, and it was whitewater rafting VR I was going to do, and I was like, this is not one. I was literally lying in bed thinking about whitewater rafting. I was like, today's not it. But I played a good mix of games, and it definitely was a mix, Brian. So this week, This week.
It's so obnoxious.
It's hard not to, isn't it? I kicked off the week with Maestro, which I'd already played before we talked about it on the show, but I did it as a Let's Play. And this time I used a chopstick as the stick, and chopstick was a bit too heavy for it.
I found that.
Maestro is great, dude. The only thing I would say is, if you actually want to go for high scores, use the controllers. Like, the hand tracking is great. It's definitely more for immersion. But there was a lot of times that you're doing motion and it's like, it's not quite connecting. But I'm excited to see how hand tracking is improved on PSVR2. Then on Tuesday, I did Into Black, another game I played before we discussed it here, but like giving it a proper, 1.5 hour session. Into Black is so good, dude. Binary Mill, again and again, prove they are the studio of polish. The haptics
Did you play by yourself, or did you have anybody in there with you?
Only by myself, so I haven't played co-op yet, which I hear is where it really shines. Well, it shines anyway, but I hear it's just even better, right?
I would say it's the most fun in multiplayer, yeah. But it's absolutely wonderful experience by yourself as well.
That's cool. Yeah, so really impressed with that. And so obviously, Maestro, great. Into Black, awesome. So obviously, going up in the trajectory. So on Wednesday, it was Grand Rush VR Highway Car Traffic Racing Simulator.
The pinnacle.
Which... It was the pinnacle. I got to say, dude, there is some fun to be had there, but it's very short-lived. And then you're like, okay, I've done enough now. Why don't we have Was it Burnout? Well, Burnout was the one where you crash in slow-mo, right? Or was that Need for
one
Speed?
Of them, but I think that was the main thing about Burnout, for sure, yeah.
Yeah. It just, playing it, I was like, yeah, why have we not got a game like Burnout VR yet?
Dude,
and
arcade racers, they would shine in VR. Like, why don't we have Crazy Taxi? Why don't we have Ridge Racer? Why don't we have Burnout? Why don't we have Need for Speed? I mean, there's so many.
Flat Out, so many.
I didn't hear good things about Flat Out.
But there was moments where I'd crash into another car, and the car is like above mine, and it pauses when you're knocked out, and there were sparks in the windows. And in those moments, this is how I feel about a lot of games that are shovelware.
Yeah.
Which is, what's the Guerrilla game where you're climbing buildings? Was it just called Guerrilla VR? Guerrilla Attack, yeah. So games like that, I feel like they've actually done the groundwork. Like Guerrilla Attack, they had a whole city planned. It wouldn't have taken much more to actually add some interesting progression systems, and then they would have had actually a half decent game. I actually think Grand Rush VR Highway Car Traffic Racing Simulator is overall a trash game. But it's like they've done all the hard work. They've got menus. They've got stuff you upgrade. Why didn't they?
I felt the same thing about the American Trucker VR game, right? I was like,
which I've not played yet. I'm going to be playing that soon. But you feel that too, yeah?
Yeah, because they let you drive around basically like almost an open world, right? With the tractor trailer truck, and it's just the concept is fun, right? Yeah, but they don't just they don't spend the time to follow through and polish it and make it like good. That's the downside. Yeah.
And it's all the things like, as you said in your Bryan Bites about it, there's no traffic until you turn it on in the options. Like, it's just like they've gone, right, we've got to put some we've got to do some nudge, nudge, wink, wink. This is shovelware stuff. But honestly, if they had a mode where it starts with low traffic and the further you go along, the busier it gets, that would have been an amazing mechanic. They could have done a roguelike.
Yeah.
Okay, anyway. So that was it. And then on Thursday, I played... Retropolis 2. Never Say Goodbye. And I've got to say, Brian, I heard good things about this, and I loved point and click adventures growing up. Monkey Island, Day of the Tentacle, all these games. And I remember when I was originally going to Let's Play this, I think maybe it was Wes, was saying like, not sure if it's going to be the best one to live stream because you might get stuck on parts and that.
Well, there's so much dialogue too. It's like, trying to interact with the chat while people are talking in the game. It's like,
that's true.
Yeah.
But I have to say, dude, I was really impressed with how good it looked in the headset. Yeah. the haptics, like for a point and click adventure, on the one hand, you'd like, well, of course they're going to have haptics, but for a game like that, when you're like, there's a harp that you stroke with your hands and you can sort of feel it there, and the puzzles are interesting. I actually found it incredibly engaging, and it is a game that I'm like, I wanna see this story through. So yeah, I was really, really impressed with that. And then this morning I was going to do Whitewater VR, which I haven't yet. Might do it the weekend. I had some renovations. My parents were helping out with the garden on Thursday, and as they were clearing out my living room, they knocked my ring light, and the cable got ripped out, and it's not working now. So I'm getting it replaced, so I can hopefully get that this weekend, because I looked rather greenish on my Thursday live stream, because when you don't have proper lighting, it all falls apart.
It's not easy being green, Miles.
It's not easy. Like that famous philosopher once said. Who was it? Defrog? Whatever his name was. Yeah. Kermit, good old Kermit. But anyway, so my plan is that if I can keep this up every week, I'm going to be... I didn't even do it this week, 5. The aim is every week I'll do 5 games, Monday to Friday.
You're crazy. It's too much.
Yeah.
It's too much. Listen. If it was the only thing you were doing, I'd be like, fine. But you got a full-time job, dude. I know you're on a mission. I know you're on a mission, which is why everyone should go subscribe to Miles. He's on a mission to play every single PSVR2 game ever made.
I lost 20 subscribers this week. When I started posting Let's Plays again, it always happens. So I'm on that chase again of like, got to turn it around.
Like, where were these people for the last 3 years that they were like, oh, this is what he's doing? Unsubscribe.
I don't know. But Bryan, the last thing before we get to the rest of the show, I've been doing a list now of all the games on the PSVR2 store that I still need to get or schedule. And I've got 4 weeks of games that I can be playing. But the one game I saw on here was SCP-087, the Stairwell Horror VR.
Uh-huh.
Have you played it?
Uh-huh.
You did play it on PSVR2?
Yeah, Wes and I did a whole show about it.
Oh, you did. Is that going to be a one and done? Like, I'm literally going to go down the stairs once and then be done with it? Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
What level did you get to in it?
I played for like 40 minutes or something like that. Like, and I got twice as far as Wes did. I think it was like 480 something. I forget. It was a long time to see a whole lot of nothing. So that's the problem with the game. I think is like they let you go so far on your first run that by the time you die or whatever, you're just like, I think I'm good. I think I've seen enough of this game, right? So
I'm going to be getting it. So I'm looking
all over again is rough.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to be doing that. So I'm going to have that. I'm going to buy it and schedule it for the week of October 27th, leading up to Halloween. So every day that week, I'll do a creepy game. So I'm going to do Undead Citadel. I know it's not a horror game. I might replace it, but it's got a kind of creepy vibe to it. I'm going to do Cave Crave, Stranger Things VR. I'll do this SCP, and then I'll do one other horror, and then at the weekend I'll do Madison VR. I'll return to that as much as it.
Yo! Is this the first time you've announced this, or did you already schedule it?
Well, no, I mean, everyone in the chat is telling me, and I'm like, I haven't scheduled. Well, it's on my calendar. It's not like scheduled on my channel yet, but it's happening, dude. I'm going back to Madison much as I.
I was gonna say you wouldn't get out of fucking October alive if you didn't do Madison. Like the cats would fucking claw you to death. It would be over.
What is the 31st is on the weekend? I think the 31st. That's the Friday. No, that's the Friday. So I might have to do that as the Friday one.
Ooh, you and me celebrating Halloween together? Is that what's happening?
Yeah, maybe we could do that. We could. Yeah, that's good. Actually, yeah, that's wicked.
I'll fly you over to the States and go to a haunted house together. We can film it.
Oh, dude, that would be cool. But dude, isn't Pools VR? Isn't that coming out
November?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, very strange. Like you know they wanted to get it out in October. You could just feel it, right? Because it would be perfect for spooky month. But November 22nd, I think. So they missed it by a full month. Or maybe they're smart and we're like, there's just too much competition in October, right? Things like Zero Caliber are going to come out. Things like is Dreams of Another October? We're going to talk about Trenches in a little bit here. I mean, like the games are starting to pile up. Secret of the Mimic may be revealed for a October release date. So I think they're smart and they're like, we just got to get out of the way of this stuff. Maybe.
Chrome Colossus says Miles will be playing Madison on his own free will. I'm not sure you call it that. I think it's just the complete and utter pressure that anytime Perp Games posts about it, everyone likes to tag me. And Perp Games loves to pile in. So, yeah. But it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I got. Excuse me. I got to set up my streaming stuff because I got to really supplement. There's not. I just don't have time to make all the videos that I want to for October, and so I'm gonna have to supplement some of the stuff I want to do with live streams. So I'm definitely gonna be doing some let's plays of horror games. And dude, I haven't played Madison in a bit. Right, I played it once for review. I played through a good part of it again for our spoiler cast, and then and that's it. That's it. And it was terrifying even the second time, knowing what to expect. So I kind of want to do it again live this time, just to be like, remind people what a scaredy cat I am. So I'm so proud of it. Nothing to be embarrassed about there at all.
I should stream Madison for charity. Well, yeah, my charity. Yeah, for the Heart Foundation. I'll need a transplant after it. Yeah.
Mighty Coconut's here. Whoever's at Mighty Coconut, take a seat. It's going to be a minute.
And thank you, Mighty Coconut, for letting me do last minute reading. When Bryan told me about this yesterday, I was looking at which courses I'd not got, because some of them actually I bought for my MetaQuest. Because I buy it when I'm visiting my parents and that, and I'm like, oh, let's just do this, and I'm like, yeah, $3, I'll buy it here and there. And I think there were 4 courses, and they sorted me out. So massive thank you.
Nice.
Mighty Coconut are S tier in terms of devs, but also in terms of publishers, and they've nailed it. Constantly envious at the way they do it.
Yeah, we're gonna talk a lot about Walkabout in just a second here, but
sure.
Just as we're getting the show started, 20 minutes in, remember, guys, go subscribe to Myles. He's going to be playing a lot of PSVR2 games. Let's get him over that hump. Let's get him back to where he belongs. Subscriber-wise, go click the link in the description below.
Get me to 50K. Almost there.
And turn the notifications on, man. Like, you are not going to, like, I don't know if you care about anything leading up to Madison, but you're going to want to see Madison, right? So make sure you're around for that. Otherwise, if you miss it, it's going to be your own fault. While you're there, click the link in the description below. And join our Discord. Our Discord is where, I mean, like, legit, if you're a PSVR2 developer, Mighty Coconut, if you are a PSVR2 fan, everybody should be over there, because that is has become the hub of where, like, news breaks, disseminates, and then developers and publishers can talk directly to PSVR2 gamers. Right? It is the place to be. Love it. So make sure you join us over there. It's also a place where you can leave your viewer takeover questions, just like SB did. He writes, #viewer takeover. Modern VR essentially began with the Rift's announcement at E3 2012. PSVR 1 wasn't far behind, being announced in March 2014. Some of us have been playing VR for 10 years now. Are you nostalgic for early VR yet? A couple of weeks ago, I realized I was.
Google Cardboard, man. Those were the days.
I mean, I tried it. I think I want to say Des brought it to the restaurant when we were working. He's like, "You check this out," and I was like, "What?" I'm like, "Oh wow, very interesting."
It's cool, man. Yeah,
yeah. But yeah, I mean, but PSVR 1 was the beginning of the journey for me, really. Right? Anything else was just like a novelty, a gimmick, something I tried here, and or somebody had it, and I like, "Hey, check this out." But PSVR 1 was my first VR headset. And that's where my journey began with it, for real. Do you find yourself, getting back to SB's question, do you find yourself becoming nostalgic for, like, the early days of VR, or, like, the early days of your experience with VR?
Yeah, I think it also informs how I feel about certain games, like Job Simulator. That was the first domestic headset game that I played. That, what was the Servius game? I always forget it. Raw Data, thank you very much. And then the third one was Arizona Sunshine. And that was playing on my brother's HTC Vive whenever he brought it over. And I remember playing Job Simulator, and the first time I was in it, I was like, I literally could live in this. It's amazing that you could say that about, because we play so much of it now, we kind of take it for granted. But that I do get nostalgic of that feeling of first experiencing it. And I always think about that when I'm introducing to people to VR for the first time. Because I'm like remembering how giddy it made me, and some VR still makes me giddy now. But when I put people in it for the first time, I think of it. But I also get nostalgic for when I experienced VR for the first ever time at Sega World in London, and that would have been in the early 2000s. And I mean, there are clips on Wikipedia of it, and that it was quite the device. I bet you it'd make you feel sick now playing it because the pixels. It's probably like 2 pixels per eye.
Right.
But it was really great.
Running at 12 frames per second. Right?
Yeah, exactly. It was just 1 frame forever. Just bits of paper they put in there. But no, and I always found that interesting looking back of like VR was hyped up at a certain point in time and then it went away, and that's because obviously for it to ever be commercially viable was it to become domestic. And so I feel really nostalgic about it all, and it was why it was an absolute joy to play Arizona Sunshine, the first one remake, because as I'm playing it, see, I'm enjoying it in the new engine, but I was like in certain areas going just remembering first time opening a fridge and being scared from what was in there, or being in the caves, being attacked from all sides, and remembering the struggles also of playing it with Move controllers. That kind of nostalgia.
This is exactly what I was going to say. Spooky Yuki kind of said it first. He said, I missed the community when we only had PSVR. We were all on one platform. Yes, for the most part, yeah. It was so interesting back when PSVR 1 was like such, like kind of like the place to be. And, and then it felt like it wasn't easy to get into PSVR 1, right? Like you had to have Move controllers, which were some outdated tech at that point already, getting the camera set up just right. Yeah. And and hard to find, these things that you couldn't give away a couple of years ago suddenly were like $50 a pop, 100. It was ridiculous. And you had to have your camera set up just the right way. And people were talking, there was a whole community about people, talking about how to set it up properly and where to put it. And it just seemed like it was a lot of work to do something that we really loved. Right. And I think the easier it's become and the more accessible it's become, the more, the more, I think some people got a little bit entitled. I think some people, got real obsessed with certain elements of VR. And on top of that, the audience split. The audience split and console wars became a thing, which is so dumb. People don't understand just how small VR really is right now. It's like, we're just cannibalizing your own audience, really. Like the stuff that you love, you are cannibalizing if you're engaging in console wars, right? So it's just there just didn't seem like there was a lot of that back in 2016, 2017, 2018. But that's what I miss. The sense of community was much stronger then. Although the PSVR2 community, the ones we have here, the one that's watching the show right now, the people who are on our Discord, I mean, these are the people who like embody what that PSVR 1 GameCat vibe was all about. Like they're still here and just loving VR, right? No need to engage in console war nonsense. But yeah, there's certainly games. I think there are certainly games I'm nostalgic for on PSVR 1. Right? We talk about it all the time. Yeah. The first party stuff, the third party stuff from people who just don't exist anymore. There's all sorts of great stuff out there. Like Immortal Legacy.
And I was going to say, and the nostalgia is inflated by the fact we didn't get backwards compatibility, or the fact these games haven't come over means the longing is even stronger to see these games again.
Yeah, 100%, absolutely agree. But yeah, I don't, I will say it is kind of fun to hook up your PSVR 1 again. I was going to say I'm not nostalgic for the technology, but you know what? There's something nostalgic about it. It's so clunky. We didn't have analog sticks, like something about pointing your Move controller and pushing the button to move. Like I don't know, maybe I am nostalgic for that. It's crazy because I think about it. And, plus Beat Saber was never better than it was on PSVR 1. It just felt perfect with those Move controllers. It's great. Anyway, all right, we're gonna tackle some tips and get the ball rolling here. We got Ben L, the Ghost Cat, who also sent 5 without parole gift memberships. Jeez, everyone's so generous today. Thank you, Ben L, Game Cat.
Turn the live chat green. That's the plan.
Right. Fifth with the Australian $5 says, I spent half my time in Surviving Mars just putting iron, copper, etc. in different boxes. Bloody OCD. Iron, copper, and ice. That's like half the game. Yep. When you can start crafting just an unlimited amount of crates and boxes and shit to put your stuff in, that's when stuff gets really off the rails. But so much fun. I need to get back in there.
I got the Platinum Trophy yesterday.
Yeah. I saw AJ playing it, and AJ hit some bugs early on that I didn't even see. And I was getting messages from people who have been playing the game and hitting bugs, and I'm like, really hope that Bulwark Games is out there like pounding the pavement, making sure that shit's getting done, because holy crap, man, I do not want people having a bad experience with this game. It's so good. Yeah, it deserves better.
And I will just say, daily conversations. That there have been like full like first impression articles. Cussman, I think his name is, on Reddit.
Yeah,
absolutely amazing. Awesome. Yeah, and I just want to say that like our community team are logging everything and sending it to Bulwark, and we're trying to get everything addressed as soon as possible. I've done some massive spreadsheets with video evidence and looking at it. There's an issue with a particular structure later in the game that some people have mentioned about. I've run into it as well, and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. Yeah, because even my dad, I bought it for my dad last weekend on Quest, and just before I headed over, and I got there, and he was playing it, and like getting my dad back into gaming, and he's never really played survival games before, and I'm like, this is kind of hardcore, and obviously the controls are quite, yeah, and right, I was like, how's it going? He's
like, the enemies and stuff. It's not like you know.
That's true.
As long as he's prepared, I feel like he's got this shit covered.
That's it. He was just like, I'm trying to get back to my habitat. I'm running out of oxygen. The issue he had, and I know this was a bug, I think it's fixed now, was that when you die, your stuff that you drop, you should be able to pick up. It wasn't there anymore. And so my dad had to keep fully restarting the game because he kept running out of food. So, like the frustration with bugs and that, I totally hear, and just want to say that we're doing what we can to fix it.
Thanks for the update, Myles. Appreciate that. Good to hear from the source. Awesome Tatum with the $5 tip says, okay, I'm playing Trenches VR. Let's go. By the way, Walkabout is still one of the best values in VR gaming. It is indeed. I love that you can get into Walkabout so cheap and then spend pretty much as much money as you want, like depending on how many courses you just want to add to your catalog. It's crazy, man.
It was my number 2, PSVR2 top 25.
Oh God, I don't even want to know where I put it. I probably didn't give it the credit it deserves. Number 2. That's really good.
Mine was exceptionally high, but that's right.
As I was playing today, and I was just like, playing the new courses and realizing all the places that I still haven't found all the lost balls and all the fox hunts and everything. There's just so much to it, and I was like, in my head, I was like, we don't give this game enough love, and that's why I'm really happy we're doing today's episode, because it's so easy to just be like, oh yeah, Walkabout, that's been out for 2 years. Everybody already knows how good it is, but every so often you find out that somebody doesn't know how good it is, and you have to tell them.
The vibe is always amazing. We're going to talk. I could go about it now. We're going to talk about it later. By the way, Bryan, I don't know if you know this, but every month, you as the owner of your YouTube channel get free memberships that you can gift in the chat.
What? How many can I give away? Can I give them away right now?
I don't know. I think it's 5 or 10. Like if you, I don't want to get you in trouble in case it can't happen, but I'm pretty sure it does. But basically, in the live chat, if you click the show support button, it will say, I don't know, for me it said, and to be honest, I haven't done it this month yet either.
So listen, we got nothing else to do. Let's see. And show your support for PSVR2 without Parole. Is that what I'm looking to do?
And then, is there not membership gifting, and then it doesn't have free
super stickers and super chat is all I see.
Okay.
I'll figure it out after the show. We'll
okay, maybe YouTube removed it because everyone was using it too much. I don't know. Okay.
Listen, I would love to do it. I would love it to be like the first, make sure you're here on the first live stream of the month or whatever, and like, drop them every time. Yeah. We got Game Cato with the level 3 membership saying, OMG, Cyberpunk on Switch 2 with gyro controls is sick. Absolutely not. I do not need motion controls if I'm not in VR. But it is a great game on the Switch, and the Switch 2 version is awesome. It just makes me want to see it ported to PSVR2. Yes, that's all I keep thinking when I'm playing it. It's like, oh man, the world is so cool and the characters are so cool, and there's like, oh my God, you should see the character I created. Like, I don't know what this person is. No one knows how to talk to me properly. It's amazing. I love it. It's so topical. I mean, come on, he says. If it can run on Switch 2 with pared back NPC volume, let's do it. CD Projekt Red. Okay, there's fewer NPCs, I guess, in the in the world. I didn't know that because I haven't played it since it first launched. Right, I played the opening hour, and it's completely different. The game I'm playing right now is completely different than the game than the first hour that I played. It was unbelievable. So, definitely looking forward to. I'm saying like it's going to happen. I'm saying it like it's going to happen, but holy crap, how great would it be if it happened? I think Flat to VR should get on that.
We'll add it to the list.
Yeah, whatever.
What engine does it run on? It's their own engine, isn't it?
No one knows. It's impossible to find out.
The red engine.
Yeah. Salvador with the level 3 membership says, RIP to Billy from the Game Chasers was a big influence on me getting back into retro gaming. Just want to say thank you, Bryan and the crew, for all you do. Not familiar with the Game Chasers, but that sounds terrible. I'm really, really sorry to hear that somebody passed away. Are you familiar with the Game Chasers at all, Myles? Because I feel like I'm at a loss here.
I'm not familiar.
I will look them up, Sal, because I'm obviously a huge retro gamer, and if they put out good content, I'm interested to see. And but sorry about the loss, man. Sergeant Frosty sent one without Parole gift membership. We're up to 11. I wonder how many gifts we can send today. Thank you for all your generosity, everybody. Okay, and this will be the last tip for a little bit, just because I want to get caught up. We want to get the show rolling. We'll get back to tips in a little bit. Professor Lilith with the $5 tip. Thank you so much, Lil. Says, hi, Game Cats. Hey, Lil. The Sunday multiplayer this week is After the Fall. 4-player. Snowbreed shooter. After the Fall. Come blast some Snowbreed with us, she says. Hell yeah. Remember, you guys come join us over on Discord. Click the link in the description. Join us Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern. That's where Lil and all the cats get everything set up. And After the Fall is a good one, man. Like, I've definitely had my complaints about it as like an overall game, but you can pick it up for like $6 or $10 or something like that at this point. It is ridiculous how cheap you can get, and I think that they did a good job with the PSVR2 port. So, grab it. Thanks, Lil. All right. Real quick here, let's tackle our 30 minutes into the show. First news story. We were talking on, I believe it was Wednesday's show, about Zero Caliber. Developers over at Xreal Games said, hey, for the PC game, Zero Caliber 2 Remastered, they said the more wish lists we get, the cheaper the game will be. And they said, should we do the same thing? What do you mean?
Have they said how much it'll be cheaper?
Yeah. And in fact, I've got the graphic up on the screen right now. You should be seeing it momentarily.
Yeah.
And so they said, should we do the same thing for the PSVR2 launch? And they are. They've already hit the 2K wish list, which makes it $30. 5K will be $27. 10K will be $25. 20K will be $20. And if they hit 50K, it'll be $15. Myles,
I'm screenshotting this, by the way, for internal marketing. There have been a lot of interesting initiatives done in gaming, but in VR particular, the last year or two. There was the whole thing where people were bringing their game down to like 50 cents or 99 cents just so they were getting... it was done to get to the top of the charts. Max Mustard, that was it. And then everyone was doing it. And that was interesting to see, but I'm wondering how much it actually helped with generating revenue. This, I think, is absolutely brilliant because basically both win, because if you get enough wish lists, I don't even know what the percentage you'd assume of wish lists end up buying the game, but if you're hitting those numbers, you can make it even cheaper. Yeah.
The amount that I hear from developers about how important wishlisting is for visibility on the store, right? Yeah. Like you are by doing this, it's not just guaranteeing sales, right? Because obviously somebody could wishlist and then not buy the game. So, but it does put it on somebody's radar. But you are essentially helping to advertise the game by getting it, by having it show up more prominently on the PlayStation Store if we get enough people wishlisting it. So it is helping the developers significantly, right? I think this is a great idea. I'm really curious to see, because we always hear about how PSVR2 games sell better than they do on PC or Quest, but I think this is actually a pretty good way to gauge a better way to gauge like what the actual sales are going to end up being, again, in a roundabout way, if this game drops down to $15 before launch, we're going to be like, holy shit, there's a lot of interest in this game. Like, getting 50,000 wishlists, I think is a pretty substantial amount for a PSVR2 game. So,
agreed.
Yeah.
If any of our games have a wish list for reducing the price initiatives, it is purely a coincidence. But it is going to be interesting to see if loads of games just suddenly do it, like the 99 cents thing, because that's when it then becomes as less effective.
Well, I think the 99-cent thing was interesting, right? Because it's like it may have worked in some regards, but it clearly didn't work that well, right? Because Toast Interactive isn't like, oh, we're making Max Mustard 2. In fact, it seems like Max Mustard was a complete failure, right? That studio is still being held up by the sales of Richie's Plank Experience on PSVR 1 and on all the other platforms it's on, right? Which is why they're bringing Richie's Plank to PSVR 2 and not, and not bringing us Max Mustard DLC or Max Mustard sequel, which is a real shame because Max Mustard was fantastic. Anyone who didn't buy Max Mustard, this is your fault.
And they did an exceptional marketing campaign around it, especially off the back of Astrobot. They took that head on. In my mind, they did everything right. And Max Mustard, though, it's tough, but for me, it's an evergreen game that could stand the test of time.
Yeah.
But a big part of it requires PlayStation to sort out their storefront for PSVR 2. You want to click on PSVR 2, and then you want to have different genres of VR games to choose from. If they did that, I'm not even going to get to it now, but yeah.
Anyway, listen. Let's back on topic.
Yes.
Let's show Xreal Games how supportive the PSVR 2 community is. Let's show Xreal Games how excited we are for their game. And let's by proxy, let's show all developers how passionate the PSVR 2 community is, right? If you think that this game gets 50,000 wish lists and then drops down to $15, if you don't think that's going to be newsworthy within the VR community of developers, and they're not going to spread the word and say they're fucking interested over there, right? Let's make it happen. This is like my new goal in life to get this game down to $15, right? Right. Let's show them how little we want to pay. It'd be great.
Let's show them how cheap we are.
Yeah. Hey, listen. This is great. This is their initiative, right? We're not to blame. We're not to blame. We're just doing what they want us to do.
I think this is amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, and the other big news story that came out today is that we got a new trailer for Trenches VR, which I gotta say I think is looking pretty good. The last time we saw this game, I believe it was here. Let me bring up the trailer full screen. The last time we saw this, it looked pretty rough, right? It was some really how the detail didn't look all that great. The interface didn't look all that great. The UI, it just looked kind of on the generic side. Looks like they were really like using fog a little bit too much to compensate for whatever. And now the fog looks like a little more realistic. It looks like the draw distance a little better. It looks like they're using it to add to the horror instead of to keep the frame rate up. It just looks like they've listened to all the complaints that the community's had about the first reveal and really put something together here that looks good. As far as I'm concerned, I have the flat screen version. I think is like a super short experience. It's only like an hour or two long. I have no idea what kind of content they've added to this, so I'm very interested. But it is coming out October 22nd. So here we go, Myles. The October games are about to start piling up. I'm excited.
I hope it's got a basketball hoop shooting minigame. All VR games need that, and you get a trophy if you get the basketball in the hoop. I hope it's got that added. I think it would benefit a lot from that.
Fine, all right. As long as it's good, as long as it's got a counter like Phasmo does, right?
Yes.
I want to know how many have I made. 100? Yeah, I'll go for 100, and then I'll get the point.
100 with that ball in Phasmo with those physics. I can't even get it above my head.
So that's this is good news, you guys. This is the kind of stuff I've been talking about. Saying, hey, listen, we already know that there's a bunch of games coming over the next few months. There's games that have been dated, the games that have been, people have been saying, hey, it's still coming sometime this year. Fuck, man. Do you know that Blacktop Hoops is listed on the PlayStation Store as coming out this month?
This month.
Blacktop Hoops VR basketball, 16 players. It says on the PlayStation Store.
Wow.
Right. Although I think that's probably for just kind of the hangout lobby area. I think it says 2v2, 3v3, 4v4. I think that might be the extent of the multiplayer. But
is
still
it the
awesome.
same developers as Black Hole Pool?
No, this is Vinci Games. And I think this is the only game they've been working on for quite a while. And cool. So what I'm trying to say is that there's all these games that are just around the corner that have kind of gone radio silent. And Trenches is one of them. Suddenly we're just going to start hearing about, and these things are going to start piling up real fast. Games with T's in the chat. What's up, dude? He says Blacktop Hoops is a lot of fun.
There we go.
It's come a long way, man. I've been kind of paying attention to it peripherally in my. Is that a thing? Can I pay attention to something in my peripheral?
You've been paying attention peripherally.
I've been paying attention to it, but only over there. There's
only
over
on the horizon.
Yeah,
afar. You admire it from afar.
Yep. So, what's the point? The point is that it seems like it's come a long way, right? It was in early access.
From over there. There.
Eventually over there.
Or there. Okay. Yeah. Got it.
It seemed like it was not rough or anything, but just kind of basic. And because of all the community feedback, they just kept adding. And now it's a fantastic game. And I mean, just to have an actual basketball game in VR, I think would be fantastic. I love that we're playing the Trenches trailer while talking about a basketball game. Couldn't be any different. Yeah. But man, when that comes out, I can't wait to play with some of the cats. Show you guys just how.
But yeah, just to bring it back on. Just to bring this back on track, because we're always about bringing it back on topic. I hope Trenches VR does have a basketball mini game. Mm-hmm.
And to bring it back on topic again, there's so many games coming out for the next few months, and we just don't have release dates for them yet. They're just gonna start showing up left and right, dude. This is gonna be a good holiday season for PSVR2. I'm excited, man. I'm excited. The other day, something just came over me, and I was like, dude. Video games are awesome. We're so lucky to be living right fucking now and getting to experience VR, kind of still in its infancy and watching it evolve and all the different creative things that are happening. Video games are great, man. Video games are great. I'm just having a great time with them lately. Just having a really, really good time playing. I think Surviving Mars was the game that really, maybe Into Black. Into Black was the beginning of me turning around and just being really enjoying stuff again. And then Surviving Mars was what brought me to the top of the mountain, and I'm just sitting there. Nice. Not at the peak. I feel like that might be uncomfortable.
Almost, yeah. I'd never sit at the peak.
Yeah, there's got to be a lodge somewhere where I can be sipping hot chocolate while I watch people ski.
Hell yeah.
All right, we're gonna do a couple more tips, and then we're going to get to the topic of the show.
20 questions. Yeah, that's right.
Scally says, with the level 1 membership, says, Metal Hellsinger for 10 quid. Is it worth it?
Yes. For 10 quid.
Yep.
If you like Doom games, those kind of hardcore, if you're into metal music, if you like first-person shooters, the idea of that being a rhythm game, I'd say, yeah. It's a good time.
I didn't love the rhythm part of it. But
you can turn that off.
Yeah, but then I just found it to be super generic. That said, a super generic first-person shooter that looks pretty damn good in the headset. For $10 or 10 quid, sure. Yep. There are price points where things get to, but I'm yeah, even if I wasn't having a great time with it, it's definitely worth $10 or whatever that's equivalent to. Oops, that's not the button I wanted to push. Let's try that again. There we go. We got Patty Cakes, the Underground Stranger, Game Cat with the level 1 membership, says Labyrinth for the win. Oh, we're getting ahead of ourselves. All right, well, we'll remember that. Patty Cake's not going to like what I have to say. Flame Hat, the Game Hat. What's up, Flame Hat? With the level 2 membership, says Labyrinth hype train. Choo choo. Oh,
whoa.
No. Oh,
wow.
No, they're all
wow.
they're all going to turn on me, Miles, when I tell them what I think of Labyrinth.
Oh, no.
And Professor Lilith says, with the $3 tip, thank you, Lilith says, it's Talk Like a Pirate Day. Hook me up with some puns.
R.
Well, did she mean hook? Like Captain Hook me up with some
hook
puns?
with some puns.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You're welcome.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I'm just parroting some lines here, sorry.
Somebody take Myles' ChatGPT away from him for the rest of the show.
No, I'm just quickly having a look now. 40 funny pirate puns.
Jesus, that's
Have
gonna
a
be a
look
long
here.
show.
What we got here?
Oh, well, what a perfect time to move on to the topic of the show, which is Walkabout mini golf. Myles,
What's a pirate's favorite kind of cookie, Bryan? What brand of cookie? Come on, you know this. What's a pirate's favorite brand of cookie?
I don't know.
Ships Ahoy.
It was
That
right
wouldn't
there.
even make sense in the UK because we don't even have that brand in the UK. But I had them when I was in the States and I was very impressed. Ario, Looper said. That's a good one. Ario. That's very good. Very good.
I want to quit.
Anyway.
Does anybody want to host the show instead of me? Game Cato with the Australian $2 says Upside Down for the win. Best stretching game ever. Hell yeah, I love Upside Down. We're gonna get to it. You know what? Let's do it. We're gonna get to it right fucking now. Myles, I gave you the link to the
Tier maker.
The tier maker, so we can get right on in there and bring this up. I want to point out, I did not make this tier list. So
you
shout
didn't?
out,
Someone else had made this?
Somebody else made this. I actually had hit up Looper to help me out, and I was like,
wow.
Right, because I was like, man, I actually got to play a ton of courses, and I was going to capture footage of all the courses, and like, oh man, it was just so much going on, and I was like, I don't think I have time to make a tier list. Like, I just don't think I have time for this.
Excellent.
So
before we start with this, Bryan,
talk to me.
A couple of things.
Yeah.
Firstly, I was thinking as I was going through Walkabout Mini Golf of like, what is it that makes a course towards the S tier? And I was thinking of different qualities.
Sure.
And for me, it's a few things. I think one, it's the actual design of the course, because I find that the brilliance of Walkabout Mini Golf is, for the most part, all of their courses, they don't feel like, oh, it's just a bunch of different golf courses in different environments. Like, they're built in with the environment. They feel lived and breathed in, and I think that's always exceptional.
Well,
secondly,
let me take this down one point at a time, because I do think that the holes that I like less in this list are the ones, or the courses that I like less in this list are the ones that don't adhere to what you just said. Right? You're like, oh, yes. I'm in a different environment, and it just looks like they placed a bunch of holes down in this environment, right? And I was like, okay, yeah. And sometimes that's fine, right? Not every course needs a gimmick. Not every course needs to be like radically different. Sometimes it can just be pleasant to be in. And so I do find that the ones I enjoy the most tend to be the ones that have a nice balance, right? The holes feel like they belong there in that environment, and it's an environment that I really enjoy being in.
I love that. That's so true. Secondly, I was saying that for me, and I've always thought about this with Walkabout Mini Golfs when new courses come out, it's about the 18th hole, dude. For me...
That's so funny you said that. I was thinking that today while playing through some of the courses.
Yeah, I feel like the 18th hole, I won't mention it because we'll get to it. There's one on here that I remember that first really hit me because I was like, this was almost like a perfect course except the 18th hole, like completely. It was, and it's not the 18th hole was bad. The 18th hole was fine. And actually, that's the thing I'll say about Walkabout Mini Golf. I don't actually think there's any bad courses. It's just that there are different levels of greatness. And I think, I mean, I don't know. Do you have a clear number one and a clear like last place course in your head?
No, I think we have to go through them and rank them in order for me to really get that picture clearer in my head. But I do have ones that I have loved from the second that I got in there, and that love has not faded. And then I have others that I've disliked from the first time I played them, and that dislike has not faded. Right? And when I say dislike, again, let's keep it let's make sure that we're all on the same page here. When I dislike a walkabout course, it's just I still like it because it's walkabout, right? So even I did you look at this tier list? It goes from S all the way down to F, and like I'm questioning Myles. I think we need to abridge or amend what these rankings mean. F just has to be the worst of the group, not something we would actually rate an F in real life. Right? Is that fair?
Yeah, and whatever's an F, I would still recommend purchasing as a DLC.
Because the last thing we need to do is everything be an S, A, and B tier. Like, because then, what did we even have the C, D, E, and F here for?
Yeah.
Let's utilize the full breadth of this scale, and as long as people are all aware that we are putting things in F because they're just our least favorite of the stuff that we like, then I think that's good. I think we should do that.
The only other way we could do it is similar to our top 25 is we just do 1 to 5, 6 to 10. Because I find that as we discuss these as well, we're going to be putting them in places that are going to move later on. Do you know what I mean?
Sure. Oh, so okay. So hold on a second. So you're really saying like let's not. We'll use this as a guideline, but really it is.
We'll actually
we're
rank
putting them in order. Yeah,
that
works.
So S will just be 1 to 5, and we don't even have to say which is first and fifth. Just like in brackets, in groups of 5.
Okay.
I hope I don't regret doing that suggestion.
Yeah, I think that's the best way we could possibly do this, right? Because I think people will get confused, and I think people will get upset when they see something, a decent course, in the E or F tier, when that's not at all what we're trying to say. So yeah, we'll just put them in order, and we'll see how many, and we'll see how that all works. Yeah, this is a good idea, Myles. I like it. Okay. I like it. Good job.
Well, it seems like a good idea now. We'll see when we get there. We'll get at the end and go, Jesus Christ, why do we even do this?
Yeah. Well, it's Friday, man. Why do we do anything?
But back to the question I asked you, I just want to say, obviously it might change as we go through this, but going into it, I do have a clear favourite and a one that I think is at the very bottom.
Good. Well, this will be interesting because I don't know what your preferences are when it comes to this stuff. I don't know this stuff. You and I have only played a few rounds of Walkabout together ever, right?
Yeah.
And so I don't know the stuff that works for you. But I guess we're about to find out.
So we're just going to do it in order as they're here, yeah?
Yeah, and this is actually a pretty decent order too. I think for the most part this looks like release order, but there are a few that seem like they're just kind of.
Well, it's because they have them in categories on the menu, don't they? Because they do them in playlists. So they have the who is it that came out with Around the World? Jules Verne.
Yeah.
Like that will be a playlist. They've got Passport, stuff like that. Anyway,
all right, man. Well,
let the games begin.
Yeah, and I want to ask you one question before we do this. There are a couple here that I didn't play until today.
Oh yeah,
like today was my first experience with them, and because we played Walkabout for like so many hours on Quest leading up to the PSVR2 launch. Like I probably had easily 100 hours, maybe more, on the Quest version before we even got it on PSVR2, right? And so there's stuff that I've played endlessly, and then there's stuff here that I played for the first time today. Very few. I think 4 I hadn't gotten around to till today. Did you play anything today for the first time?
Yeah, there were 4 for me as well. Yeah, and what I will say is I didn't really play a lot of the hard mode ones. So when we're talking about them, I will lend to the chat. So if the chat are like, this hard mode course is exceptional and it ranks it high, I will definitely pay attention to that. But yeah, I won't mention which ones they are until we get to them.
All right, man. Let's start off with the very first one I think any of us ever played, and that's Tourist Trap. Listen, my initial feelings on Tourist Trap, I've got to say, it just feels the most traditional. For anybody who's done mini golf in real life, what a great first course to have, because it's always a little bit pirate themed, a little bit, sea shanty-ish, and, messages in bottles and stuff. This is when I've gone mini golfing in real life, this is what the courses looked like. And so that I think this is so great that it's a traditional one.
I agree with you. I think with the original playlist, this is the one that stands out. And look, this might change as we add others. This for me is at least an A. And the reason is because it's a traditional golf course. It's excellent. It has a great variety. And it's also a great introduction. Anytime I introduce people to Walkabout Mini Golf the first time, I put them on this course because it feels familiar. And it's just really, really solid. I love the vibes. I like when you go into the cave and hearing the water. It just celebrates everything that's great about Walkabout Mini Golf, which is the environments, the things that move, like the seagulls in the sky, the sound effects, like the water dropping, and the music. Is just, it all comes together nicely. And the 18th hole is a pretty fun one. And the people that have managed to get holes in one in that, unbelievable, because you have to like bounce it off the edge, and yeah, incredible. So yeah, for me, it's a rank A.
It's a rank A. Here, dude. I don't know what's happening right now. It's not letting me interact with it through OBS.
Oh, do you have to go to the bottom and go save and download or presentation mode? I don't know if. Oh, dangerous website blocked. Oh my god.
Yeah.
It's all down there. Yeah, if you go presentation mode, that might work.
Here, let me
at the bottom, underneath it.
Nah, dude, this is crazy.
It doesn't.
And
isn't it? It's not because it's got a pop up somewhere off camera for you that you have to X off before it lets you click on the thing behind it. I don't know.
I'm looking around, man. I'm looking around, and I do not see it. It's not letting me move anything. You've got to be kidding. And the funny thing is, it's letting me. I have the same window up, just like in my Google Chrome. In my Chrome browser, and it's no problems. No problems, working just fine. I think it's an OBS problem.
Oh,
which is really weird because here, can I download this?
You can save or download it, yeah.
What the hell is going on? Oh man, this is irritating. All right. It's like, dude, we've done so many tier maker lists on the channel before.
I know.
That's
we've never had this issue before.
Never had a problem. I gotta also say that the music in Tourist Trap, right?
It makes you smile.
It does. It's very bouncy. It's very piratey.
Yeah.
And I gotta say, some of the music in some of these courses, it's just so, it's like too chill, right? Where it almost like Seagull Sax like puts you to sleep.
Dude, that's so good. So good.
You know. Yeah.
While you're trying to fix this, Nick Mulo, the Game Cat, said what each of the letters on this tier list should stand for. So S is superior, A is amazing, B is badass, C is cool, D is definitely enjoyable, E is enjoyable, and F is fairly enjoyable. I think that's a good way of breaking it down. Unbelievable.
This is so interesting. All right. Well,
next.
You know what? I'm gonna take it off of the screen so I can see if I can download it and do it locally.
Do it locally. That is strange.
Where the wrong place is, you could make a screenshot and then paste it in Paint. Oh my god! Somebody kill me.
Paint is classic.
Not happening. All right, let me save it.
Maybe Mighty Coconut did a deal with Tiermaker and told them to sabotage it.
Yeah, right.
Because it's sacred. Walkabout mini golf courses should never be ranked. Never be ranked.
Yo, it's not letting me interact with anything. Oh, what is going on? What is happening? Okay, you know what? I know what to do. I know what to do. If it's letting
he knows what to do, people.
Yeah, if it's letting me do it in my own internet browser, then I'm just going to share that browser with you guys. Right? Let's share that window.
Yeah. And just to say, chat, I would argue Tourist Trap could be an S tier, but because it's the first one, I kind of feel like we'll have to wait and see as we go along. Might have a few courses we nudge towards the end. And it's always difficult as well when you talk about these, because naturally, as the game has gone along, the developers have learned how they do it. And I mean, just look at their latest one, Tokyo. The density of that map and the complexity of the assets and everything is just unbelievable.
Well, and
I think,
also they're ditching other platforms along the way, right? Like they're saying, well, Quest 2 can no longer keep up, or Quest 1 can no longer keep up. I forget. I think they're still doing Quest 2, right? But as soon as they ditched Quest 1, graphical fidelity for the next course went up, right? Because every headset they were bringing it to was able to handle it,
and it's now playable on mobile.
Hell yeah! All right, hey, we're up and running here. We're up and running. So we got Tourist Trap, woohoo! And we're gonna put it up in. You said A. I think A is fair, right? Because that kind of gives us some breathing room to work with here. So let's go with that big time. All right, that brings us to Cherry Blossom. Strangely enough, this is the second one I ever played, dude, so zen, so peaceful, and it really showed like, hey, there's a lot more creativity you can that we've got here, and still maintain that sort of traditional mini golf, right? Like they hadn't really gotten to the point here where it was like, oh, this is, it's a video game, we can do whatever we want to, right? They were still doing like very traditional mini golf stuff, and I think it worked perfectly here.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember individual holes on this, and I think it's great because you got the one in the photo where you got to work out the which way down, and I think it had the one where you had the bamboo and you had to hit it and they bounced between them. You also had the one where you had to get it across like a waterfall, and if it got knocked in, it got swept away by the water and turned up at the other side. Cherry Blossom, I absolutely love. I do have a loathing for it because I really want to get the platinum trophy. Yeah. And you have to complete all the hard modes under par, I think. And that final hole is brutal. So the loathing comes from a good place. I think this is another solid one, and just because we're still in the early stages yet, I would say it's a B.
I'm going to go B as well, because I do think while it's still really, really fun, I think there was so much precision required for this one. Like you talked about it in the last hole, but it starts at the very first hole or the second hole. I think the second hole has a very narrow bridge you got to go over, right? And it's got barriers on each side, but just getting in there without hitting the wall, like it's tough. And then it's only another hole after that where you gotta make a jump over water, and then one of the holes after that, there's like a very narrow entrance to the area where the hole is, and it's like you can spend 5 shots just lining up the proper shot to do. And so it gets technical fast, especially compared to Tourist Trap. And so does that make it better or worse? No, but that makes it more difficult. And I think when we're ranking things, so much of this involves the fun factor, and I think when it gets a little too difficult, knocks it down just a little, just a tad. Cherry Blossom is one of my favorites of the original courses, though. So for me at the moment, ranking this is all relative. We've got an A, we've got a B. Again, we might all decide to shift these as we go along, but yeah, Cherry Blossom is a B. Jason RS says, are we including the side games like Slingshot? I think we're going to keep it simple, because I feel like we could go really deep in this stuff. We could go really deep and like talk about the fox hunts, and we could talk about the and talk about where was it fun to find all the hidden balls? Yeah, right. Yeah, what balls are you finding? But I think we got to keep it relatively simple here, or we will be here all day.
Yeah.
It is. I think it's really cool that the Tourist Trap and Cherry Blossom both got a graphical makeover.
Yes,
which was really cool. Like, these are things that are absolutely unnecessary. The developers just went back and were like, hey, we're going to give these, our OG courses a little bit more love.
I'm really curious about this next one because of the comment you made a moment ago about being too chill.
This is the first one that irritates the fuck out. No, I'm just kidding. Talk about challenging. Seagull Stacks. Okay. This is where we start to get fantastical with the courses. You're so high up above the ground. You're so high above the water, right? And so like if you go flying off the course, like your ball's gone. Your ball is gone. There are rocks, right, all around each hole, right? And they're individual rocks, and they're not perfectly placed, right? They're at all different kind of angles, and so you could trying to ricochet your ball off of one of those rocks, and it goes in a direction you just had no idea it was going to go in. I still think it's a good course, but I do think this is one where I've like thrown my throwing my putter more than any other.
I find the music incredibly moving, and actually, when I started playing with my father in VR, this was one of the first courses I played with him and my best friend, like 3 different locations at our own homes and that. And so,
and
I
whose
have
funeral were you pretending to be at, Myles? Because that's what it sounds like. It sounds like you're at a funeral, and again, it's good music. But like, I mean, I remember getting sleepy with playing this game with friends.
Isn't the hard mode one black and white? I think it goes black and white, goes grey. Dude, it's so good. And do you know, one of the ones I played for the first time today, a bit out of season, it's been that long, was Holiday Hideaway. I never played it. And
same. That was same for me. First time today.
Mighty Coconut, I don't know if they're in a chat, although other people can confirm. There's a snow globe in Holiday Hideaway, and I'm pretty sure when I saw it, that in the snow globe, it was of seagull stacks. I think that was what was in it, which was a really nice touch. But someone can confirm that for me. You're putting it as a D. I mean,
listen, you tell me. We'll average it out, and please chat. Let us know. I don't know,
because as I'm looking ahead, there's gonna I mean, D's not bad. So let's put it in D. Like in terms of numbers. I mean, to be honest, if we're doing 35 and each one is like 5, it's going to be... Oh, no, it's going to be all of them. Yeah. Okay, so it's Jason, 5 each. So, yeah,
Jason, D. Sorry? Yeah, D. Jason RS says, Seagull Stack C. I love the verticality, but the bank shots are so brutal. Princess Summerscale says, the music is stupendously soul-nourishing.
Yes.
Wow.
It is...
I need to put it on when it's time to go to bed, right? Like definitely the cure for insomnia. And I'm saying it does. That sounds like I'm using it pejoratively, but it's not. I think it's great music. But man, it is sleep-inducing.
Looking at Awesome Tame in the chat, it seems like at the moment he would have gone S-A-B at the moment with these. So we're like probably on the same. I would be close to putting this in C, but I'm happy to put it in D and see where we are with the other ones because we're so early on.
We can move everything around as we need to.
Exactly.
All right, man. Well, Arizona Modern is the next one, and which is funny, dude. It's so funny that there's like kind of 2 desert theme ones in the original set of courses because I always get this and Bogey's Bonanza mixed up.
Yeah, this might be the one that gets me in trouble. This is one of my least favorites. It's not my least favorite. It's one of my least favorite courses, and it's great, like the view of it. And the thing is, there are going to be some courses on here. I'll explain another one actually. It was what was the one that was of Alfheim? Alfheim. That was a great example. Beautiful location. I thought the course was very simple, and it wasn't a bad thing. It's a great thing. And I do think the brilliance of Walkabout mini golf is you're going to enjoy the more complicated, ambitious ones if you have the chill ones because different courses for different moods, and I do think that Arizona Modern does it. I know we weren't going to talk about the fox hunts. This was actually one of the most difficult fox hunts in my opinion because it was all the algebra, but you had to work out the numbers based on the shapes of the courses. I maybe I was just being an idiot. I struggled with it, and that's not the reason I would rate this low. For me, it's like it's not a bad course, but I think that this is probably one of the weakest on the link. So I would put it F.
Interesting.
But that's just because I know looking at all the others, there's going to have to be 5 in that bottom rung. So it would go in F for me. Don't hate me.
Actually, I think there's going to be 3 I think there's going to be 3 in the bottom rung if we did our math right. Anyway, so here's the interesting thing. This is again like as we saw at Taurus Trap, Cherry Blossom, Seagull Stacks. These are still traditional golf courses. Like they may be set in places that would be impossible, but Arizona Modern is the first one that kind of says, "Hey, we've got an idea, and we've got an idea for ramps in big bowl like areas." Right? This is the first time that so many that there's kind of
verticality.
Right, it's almost a gimmick, and they were like, "We're gonna run with this for the entire course." And so there's all of these like half pipe type things that you're trying to do, and so they added something very very new. And some people would say maybe they overused it, or some people would say this is just the theme of this particular course. And so, but that's why I like this one, right? Because it does do something new that starts becoming like implemented a little bit here and there in future courses. But this is the one where it started. I don't agree with you that it's F, but I would compromise and put it in E.
I would be fine with E. Taylor Witt says Arizona is an S tier course for me, but beauty's in the eye of the putter.
The putter.
This is what I love. This is what I love. I respect that if you love it. Also, I will say, hole 18 is amazing. Do you remember what it is?
What's amazing?
The 18th hole on this one. Do you remember it?
Yes. Is this the one with like the super, super, super long?
Yes, platform. So you basically you
hit as hard as you can.
You can go off the edge.
Yeah.
But if you hit it dead straight, you can really hit it hard. So I think it's like a par 4 or something from my memory. I also just said the 18th on Arizona has the longest hole. So like, yeah, I think that's excellent. So again, guys, just because I said F doesn't mean I think it's bad. I think it's a good course, just comparatively. But yeah, let's put it in E.
All right, which brings us to original Gothic. You know, I'm just gonna put, when I'm talking about something, I'm just gonna put it right here on top of the list in S tier as we talk about it, and then we can move it down where it belongs. Original Gothic was one of my favorite courses for a very, very long time because you know, unlike everything else up to this point, it was the first dark and dreary one. It almost felt like, oh, here's not a haunted house so much, but like here's the kind of, I mean, it's called Original Gothic, right? They were experimenting, being like, what do players like? Does everything need to be bright and cheery and walkabouty, right? And the answer is no. No, these things can be set in any kind of location. It's like, oh, here's a graveyard, here's a church, here's a whatever, right? And this one had a lot. I love the variety here, right? This one, you're indoors, you're outdoors, and
I love the rain. The sound of the rain.
So good. Yeah. It's super chill without putting me to sleep.
It was the first one I played multiplayer with GameCats, actually. Nice. So I had memory of that. And actually, it was the first whole course I played. Okay, banging on about this. Where the 18th hole made me... Because I remember you're going across a walkway and you could see below the 18th hole. And it's the one where you got to hit it. And depending on where you get it is how many strokes it counts for that final one.
Yeah.
And I remember when I saw the 18th hole, I was like, I had a real sense of, oh my God, there's so much possible with this game. Kind of, it was the first time where I was like, this is more than, the other ones are more traditional we were talking about, but this is more like, wow, they could actually do so much more with like proper mini golf courses of, you know, trying the impossible or things that are just really outlandish. So I was amazed by this. So for this one, I think the opening is fine of it. I think it gets better as you go on, especially once you go inside and you're playing around the prison and stuff like that, the cells. And it's the first course also where you got to do quite a bit of walking to get to the next bit, which is awesome. There's the one where you have to hit it down and it goes down 2 floors and you have to go down to chase it, if I remember rightly. So I think that this one is... I'm going to say, and it's only because there's so many exceptional ones, I think that this could easily be an A rank, but I'm going to put it in B. But it'd be a high B for me. And it's only because I know of more that are coming. So yeah, for me, it's a B.
Yeah, I'm okay putting it in B because it is, again, I think it probably would have been one of my favorite ones if you asked me 2 or 3 years ago. But
yes,
because of some of the quality that we've gotten since then, it has pushed it down ever so slightly. It is cool though. I do like that. I think this is the first one where your ball could be destroyed. Right. I think the very first hole has the swinging blades, and I think it chops the ball in half if you get hit with it. Right. It doesn't just kick it out of the way. Right. Am I remembering this properly? And so again, here we are getting into video game golf. Instead of hey, we're trying to create things that you would see in real life when you go on a family vacation. This is something a little bit different. This gets to they're getting just a little bit more fantastical with it, and I enjoyed that.
And once again, Jay, the foveated rendered game cat, I think Gothic might be S for me. This is what I love about it. Is this is great. Yeah.
Can we put all of them in S? The more we talk about each one,
we just put everything in S and wrap it up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a long day. Let's just fucking say they're all great. Okay, Bogey's Bonanza is the next one.
My first ever course, I think.
first ever.
My experience. And I remember going into multiplayer, and it was the first time I went in, and I was playing with some random person, obviously, because it just tears. And I think it was before it came out on PSVR2, because obviously we had a review one. And so I was playing with someone on Quest, and it was super chill. And it was like, it was when I first realized this game is one where you can play with randoms, and it's amazing, because sometimes people are just happy if you just want to play and not say anything. And if you want help in that, they're willing to give it as well. This kind of made me feel like when I think of mini golf in America, in the UK, it's the tiniest, like a little bump here and shitty stuff here. When I think of in America, it's the big windmills and like big scenes and stuff like that. And so you're going into a bar, like the saloon, you're hitting it in the top of a train and it goes down the side of it. Is it the train and stuff? And going across the track. I love this so much. It kind of was the first time I felt like I was at a fairground, like a Disney kind of place, but playing mini golf. So this one, I absolutely adore.
Listen, I'm there with you. I adore it too, and there are so many technical. This is the first one I remember where we're like, is it possible to get a hole-in-one on every single hole?
Yeah.
Because right out of the gate with this one, I think there's like one little bump or something, or if you hit like this corner or something perfectly, the ball bounces up and you can actually get it right to the hole, where like otherwise you're spending like 3 or 4 shots getting it there. And you want to take the long way, or do you want to spend 5 shots trying to do the trick shot? This is a Geisen hole. Okay, like when I play with Geisen will spend 5 shots trying to get a hole-in-one instead of spending 5 shots the safe way, and that's what I remember when I think of Bogey's Bonanza. I love that it has that memory for me, and so that all said, I mean,
I'm in a C.
Yes.
C or D.
Thank God. I was saying so many good things about it that I was like, if I say C, it's not going to feel right, but that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. No, I'm the same. And this is the thing about it, is we're going to say very nice things about it. And like the connection, I do think that the holes themselves are probably not as strong. The environments and stuff like that, it works well with it. So yeah, I love this course, but I would say a C, and C's completely good.
Robbie with the Australian $7.99 says, just a shout out to Mighty Coconut and Walkabout Mini Golf. It was the game that proper made me fall in love with VR and kept me persevering before I had my VR legs. Fantastic. I want to say
must-own.
As far as I gotta say, like, all we're doing right now, like for the most part, we're talking about DLC, right? Like there's 8-10 courses that come with the game, and then it's all DLC after that. And it's amazing. I'm not sure if ever in my entire life I've purchased DLC, or anytime a developer has announced DLC, I've raced to the store to get it. Right? You remember, like, this is like, we were buying this DLC on Quest before the PSVR2 version came out. Had no relationship with the developers whatsoever, and we were, our entire group who had Quest headsets would run to the store, buy it, download it day one, and be like, "This is what we're doing today. This is what we're doing today." And for $3, it used to be $2.99 or $3.99 for the licensed ones, and for $3, we'd spend a week playing stuff. Like trying to figure out all the secrets, doing the fox hunts, like playing the daytime mode, then the nighttime hard mode when we unlock that, looking for all the lost balls. Dude, $4. When you're talking about Beat Saber DLC, that's upwards of $15, $12, whatever it is sometimes. Like this is just an amazing deal. So shout out to Mighty Coconut for keeping it real, keeping the price affordable, right? Clearly could probably be charging more, probably charge $5 or $6 and still no one will blink an eye. But very, very happy that they've kept the prices very reasonable, and just added to the content.
Absolutely. I remember when this was coming to PSVR2 and you were talking about how much you'd played it, and you're like, oh, this is going to be such a great game. And we're getting all the DLC at launch. And it's probably less than half of what we've got now, right? Like, or maybe, I don't know. But yeah. It's unbelievable when we just think of how much. Yeah. Do they not sell a version with every... They do the all-in-one. Do they just keep expanding that? Like
WHOLE, hole-in-one. I do think they update it every so often.
Yeah.
But I don't know. If they're here in the chat, let us know if there's anything that's not included in that currently. All right, man.
So C for that. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah. That brings Tethys Station. All right. So
this is gonna be an interesting one.
this is out in space. This is on a space station.
Low gravity. So first with a new mechanic in terms of how the ball interacts, right? It is low gravity, right? Is it?
Oh man, somebody refresh my memory. I played so much of this, and I'm not remembering if it's low gravity or not.
Or maybe I'm pretty sure it is low gravity.
I think you're right.
It glides. I think it's the first time when the ball has a different property in it.
Yeah. But this is like, I mean, I think this is the first truly fantastical one, right? It's set out in space, right? The ball acts differently. And man, there are some really long shots, like some really some. There's one where you just have to like shoot it out in space, and it gets caught in like this bucket that's 200 feet away or whatever it is, and it's like, so there's some precision here, and there's some. It's not low gravity. Thank you, Taylor.
They say it was an extra mode,
but they introduced that mode later. Okay, good.
But it made me feel low gravity. It was that immersive.
So I actually hated this one when it first came out. I hated this one.
It's brutal. Yeah.
And I gotta say, I think all of this time later, all of these years later of playing. Is anybody hearing that? Just let me know, you guys. You guys are hearing any weird sound effects? If you are, let me know, because I'll try to sort it out. But if not, then I won't worry about it because you can't even hear it.
I think I can.
You shouldn't hear a thing, but they might hear something.
Oh, I see.
They might be hearing my desktop audio. Anyway, so there's an ad that keeps popping up that's driving me nuts. Yeah, so this is the first and only course, Myles, that I ever went into practice mode and just spent days practicing specific holes because I was so frustrated and everybody wanted to play it, right? And everybody anytime someone said Tetris Station, I was like, fine, I'll play because you guys want to. I played it so much that I got really fucking good at it, and it went from a whole a course that I didn't like all that much to being one that I actually really, really enjoy now.
That's awesome. I really like it. It's a great course going in all the different space stations, and there's the bit where you're in the one that looks like you're in the gravity machine. It's all rotating around you, and again, it's we're thinking about it in the journey of when these courses first came out, of like, wow, we're really being taken to another world. For me, where I'd rank this, I'm willing for you to make the choice if indeed one of these is your choice. For me, it's either a B or an A. I think you're going to put it as an A.
I was going to put it in C because I feel like.
Oh, really? Okay. No, that's all right. Because I would have gone a bit lower. I just assumed you were going to go for A or B. So I'm happy for it to go in a C.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just assumed because of how you were talking about it, you were going to be saying it's an A.
I know. We're going to be saying positive things about all of these, and then it's going to be really weird when we put them in F. It's going to be strange. But yeah, man. Tetris Station, great course, but just kind of not as good as the stuff that came later in my book.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Speaking of stuff that came later, Quixote Valley.
I'm glad you're getting all the pronunciations right.
What do you mean? It's obviously named after Don Quixote. Don Quixote.
Quixote.
Who chases after windmills, and windmills are a prevalent part of this. Am I the only literate one here? What is happening?
Yeah, you're way more literate than me.
That doesn't sound right. I don't think that's true at all.
So this is an example of one where I love the atmosphere and how this makes me feel looking over the valleys. It's beautiful. It feels good.
Yeah.
But I think that the course itself, it's good. It's just like,
I don't like where this is going, Myles.
Do you really rate this one highly?
Very highly.
Okay, that's cool. Because obviously there's the one where you're driving it and you have to get it over the valley and down below, like over some really far distances. But then, to be honest, it's been a while since I played this one, so talk to me about it. It's been a while.
Yeah, listen, this is just so adorable, right? You can hear the sheep baaing off into the distance, and you can see them. And you go up and just hang out with the sheep. People are gonna start thinking I have something for sheep because I was just like, it's just so fun to go chill with them. But here's big windmills, and they actually used the windmill blades as part of the course design, which I really like. Right, you gotta time it so that you ricochet off of a moving windmill blade. I think on the second or third hole. There's a lot of big risks that you have to take that in order to in order to get to the hole. And sometimes that doesn't pay off, and you can really bang your head against the wall trying to do it. But I love that you go through some of the interiors, plenty of exteriors.
That's true.
I like the variety here, and I think this one was kind of our go-to course for a while. I think it was my favorite one. I think I got to be honest, Myles. I think out of all the ones we talked about so far, this is my favorite one so far.
Wow. Okay, that's cool. Nick says it's the first course with wind.
That's right.
So,
that's totally right. Yep.
Which is obviously it's prevalent throughout a lot of stuff. So yeah, dude.
Okay. But be honest with me, right? We'll take an average of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Saying in chat, of course. Yeah.
As you've taken me, it has been a while since I've played it, and as I said, this sounds really cheesy. The things I was talking about was how I remember how it made me feel, which was it's a very joyful. It was the open space, the music, the actual course itself. I don't have a good memory of, which is why I was probably going to rank it lower. But with you saying it, if the courses themselves were great, I mean, I'd happily rank this high. I mean, probably I'm feeling a B maybe then if I'm looking at Cherry Blossom, but then to be honest, because of the open space and everything, there's an argument for it being an A, which is why I'm happy for you to go with this one. Do you think it's an A ranking?
I mean, I think this is better than any of the ones we've ranked so far. So personally,
you think it could be an S?
It could be an S, but but it's one of those that could drop later based on our discussions in the future. But let's put it in A. Let's put it in A.
Yeah, let's put it in A.
I feel like you're already being very accommodating by suggesting A. So I don't want to push it and go to
It's
S.
hard not to be accommodating with Walkabout mini golf. If we actually got into a vicious fight, that wouldn't feel in the spirit of the game.
All right, what's next?
Colin says, is a very bad course, terrible failing rating or falling rating. It should be removed. Wow.
Terrible falling ratings?
Or does it mean failing as in people don't complete it? I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. That's crazy. Samson said, how did Tethys get so high?
This could all change.
It could all change. It could definitely change.
It is all going to change.
The next one up is Shangri-La. Talk to me.
I mean, we talk about like what we remember about particular courses. This was where I actually did my Let's Play, and I actually got taken around by one of the developers. Trying to remember the developer's name who took me around. It was Edward Felix. Edward Felix, who was their wizard of VR design and interaction. And so I had a really wonderful experience going around it and like learning. It's really weird when you're taken around a VR game by a dev. It's not like pointing at a screen. It's this world we are in right now. I created this. But this one was just because of the scale of it. And I know we were talking about like the ones that make you feel chill. This is so chill. This is so chill and peaceful. And they've completely captured the vibe. And I love the way that you go through the mist. At the end, you go towards the cave. I think it may be the first one where there was hitting mechanics where you could hit drums. I know you can do it on Cherry Blossom, but I feel that you do that after they updated it, but I could be mistaken there. I really like this one, but whether it goes into the S to B, I'm not so sure about it. I'm feeling maybe a C. It's incredibly pleasant. Maybe even a D, because Seagull Stacks is another example where I think it's a really pleasant, chill one, but it's like, it's compared to the other courses and, you know, it's basic, but I don't mean that in a bad way. It's chill. What do you think?
All right. Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about our memories of it, I think it's fair to say that, this was one of the first ones, along with Quixote Valley, that I remember going in and being like, wow, for a low poly game, this is kind of beautiful, right? Especially at night with all the lanterns that are lit up, and it's just kind of really nice to be there. And it does get technical, right? You got to really be patient with it. Like you can't just swing hard and expect to get to the hole. Like you're there. It is being about it's about patience and taking your time and maybe sacrificing a shot in order to not lose a shot later. And I like that. But it also, strangely enough, after just saying that, this, we talked about in Bogey's Bonanza how there were trick shots that like the game wasn't. It seemed like the game wasn't even suggesting that was there, right? It's people who just played the game a lot had discovered like, oh, if you just hit this at just the right angle, this happens. Shangri-La is one of the first ones I remember being like, is it like the third or fourth hole where it seemed really simple? Like it's almost like you're going into like not a lighthouse, but a lighthouse shaped structure, right? But between you and the lighthouse, there's like a little rectangle area, but that's tilted ever so slightly. And so you have to like, just make sure you're using the right power, the right trajectory, so that like you don't roll off the edge and you kind of arc it over into the lighthouse. But there's also this little tube, this tiny little tube next to that entrance. And if you get it into the tube, it brings you all the way down to the bottom of that lighthouse structure and like right next to the hole or right in the hole. And it's like, oh man, so this is the first one of the first like in-game trick shots, right? That I remember playing and being like, oh man, if you want to risk it all.
Yes.
Then, and spend 3 or 4 shots trying to save a couple strokes, then this is here for you. It's the kind of thing that like you would practice over and over. I really like Shangri-La. I personally wouldn't put it below a B, but it sounds like you think less of it.
To be honest, reading the chat and hearing you now is reminding me, and especially the night mode. I remember the night mode and being blown away. And also, when you start learning that you can put your stick in the air and fly away, I was flying off into the distance. Okay. I know this isn't going to be a major deciding factor in it, but the fox hunt is great as well in this. Yep. I thought it was excellent. So yeah, reading the chat, I love that I was starting really high and I just kept talking it down because of how chill. But like seeing everyone, I think you're right. It's definitely at least a B.
Yeah, I mean, honestly,
I think a B is a good.
I might put this in. We'll put it in B, but
it could go higher.
I want to put it as the first one in B because I think this is the best of this.
Okay,
of this group.
Yeah.
That work for you?
Yeah, love that.
Okay. Brings us to Sweetopia. And I got to tell you, Myles.
Okay.
I did not like the idea of Sweetopia. Not at all. I was like, oh, this is so stupid. This is such a silly concept. And then I played it, and I feel like it's the only one we played for a month. I actually.
Oh my god!
Fantastic.
So, okay, don't kill me.
Oh, here we go.
The bottom, the one that I said is at the bottom of my list out of all the courses is Sweetopia. I know.
Tell me why. I want to know why.
It's been a long time since I played it, but it was just one that I never... And to be honest, it's very different because when you played it, there were less courses. Obviously, when I played it, there's a lot more.
Sure.
I just found it was never one I went back to. And again, it's not a bad course. I just thought it's a cool environment. And maybe if I went back, it would be fine. And again, you can be the bottom one on this list. I would still say, I mean, Sweetopia is with the base game, so I couldn't tell you to buy the DLC, but it would still be worth $3. Yeah, dude, this is an F for me. And it's just because I just found I didn't go back to it, and I like the idea of it and stuff. But yeah, I don't know, it just didn't do it for me. But you talk to me, and then I might go, oh, I remember that. Yeah. I remember that. Oh, yeah, I shouldn't have given it an F.
I mean, I'm struggling.
You said you played it for a month.
I did, and can
you remember why? Like, was there particular holes on it, or is it just the overall because it flows well? Or
okay, so the thing that keeps popping into my brain, which is kind of irrelevant, but not really. It was new when I played it, and everything else has this low poly look to it, right? And for whatever reason, Sweetopia has like it somehow circumvents the low poly aesthetic, and everything's rounded and shiny. Right, and you kind of go into Sweetopia and you're like, this doesn't quite look like Walkabout. Like it does, but it's almost like they learned how to make spheres instead of everything being rectangular. Right. I just thought, you know what? I think the thing here was the challenge because you can easily screw up pretty much every single hole, but you can also nail every single hole. That's what she said. And I just think that it's because I spent so much time with it. It's one that I feel confident when I play now. But if you haven't spent a lot of time with it, there's no confidence there, right? And so you're at the bottom, and I'm mid to high. But I'm okay bringing it down. I'm seeing the chat, and when Nick says something like, I like Sweetopia, but probably a D for me, I probably played Sweetopia with Nick more than anybody else. And if he's saying D, I'm like, man, I don't trust my memories at this point.
I'm watching video footage of it now to try and remind me. And like all these maps, when you look at it from the aerial view, it's incredible what they've built. The chocolate rivers and things like that. What was the 18th hole?
Oh, they're actually talking about it in the chat right now. Taylor saying the 18th hole is a humpy circle with a donut.
Oh yeah,
in the
with
middle.
the dip in the end. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm
again, when you get that right, and you're the first one in your group of players to get it, you feel so good. But man, if you don't get it, that could destroy the game for you. You could be triple bogey or whatever they'd call it.
Yeah, two things I remember. So that hole for the 18th hole, and this is not a criticism of Sweetopia, that is a mechanic that then appears in so many holes afterwards as a standard thing, whereas back then, it's the first time I think they really did it. Also, I do remember being blown away at the hole where you have the conveyor belt with the gumdrops.
Oh my God.
And I think if you look down, it went for forever.
And you found a dead body at the bottom of it. There's a skeleton at the bottom.
Which I think Edward, who I interviewed, he's the one that places them because he says, I put a dead body in every map. And I was like,
that's
dead body, that's really effed up. And then when I realised it's a skeleton, it doesn't seem quite as bad. It's not some like decaying corpse. No, it's a little skeleton.
Pre-decayed,
but yeah,
for your pleasure.
Yeah. So, dude, I'm happy if you decide where it finally goes. I'm just telling you, from me, it's an F. But if you decide how,
let's put it in D.
Okay.
Because I think it's pretty.
You prefer it to Seagull Stacks?
I do prefer it to Seagull Stacks.
Cool. I'll put it to the left of that then. Cool.
Put it to the left of that. If we're able to. There we go. All right. I love how deep we're getting with some of these. It's crazy.
This is awesome.
20,000 leagues under the sea. Okay, so
this is wild, man.
Course. Yep.
So we've gone from this is a top. I think this might be a top 3 contender for me. This is unbelievable of a map. This is the first one where it opens with a cut scene. You don't start at the first hole. You start in a mini sub approaching, and it docks, and then you go out, and then you're on this submarine, and you can see out the ending. Some of this I don't want to spoil for people if you haven't played it. You go through the engine room now, you go through like the dining table. It's in such an enclosed space. You can even see, as a kid, I went on one of those tours in an actual submarine, and I didn't appreciate it as I would now as an adult, because as a kid, it seems pretty roomy actually. As an adult, I bet I'd feel really claustrophobic. But when you go into some of those quarters and you're like, God, this feels so small and tight. The whole like setting and everything on this is exceptional, and it was like the next level in Walkabout mini golf of, oh my goodness, the storytelling they can achieve with this, the turning of the pistons, the moving of the floor, some of the open areas. When you're in the dining room area, you can go, you're talking about like, do I want to take a shortcut? You can go off piste and go underneath areas, and it also feels like, which to be fair is with a lot of these, but I think especially for an enclosed area, there's a real sense of, you know what, I'm not going to putt for the moment. I'm just going to walk around this place and just check it out, because it feels like a real place. For me, this is an S tier one for me.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a lot of this already, but I do like the way they implemented the each hole into the environment, and how there's all these like metal pipes everywhere that's pumping steam in and out, and how the steam actually plays a part in the way that you play each hole. Sometimes it sucks the ball in, sometimes it pushes the ball out. Yeah, depending on which pipe it is. And but more beyond that, it's like it's the sound effects here, it's the music, it's the color choices.
Yes.
It's just, there's something when you go I don't know what it is, man. Like I studied art for a long time in high school, and college, and I was I don't know. I guess I'd call myself an artist for most of my life, but there's still some things I just don't understand about art and what it does to you mentally, right? But when you find somebody who's like just nailed the color choices, and there's it makes you feel different. It makes you feel different. And 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is the first Walkabout course ever where I stepped in and was like, I just love being here. Love being here. Right? And even the way the ball clanks across against the metal pipe when you hit it, it just nails everything for me. This is 100% S tier. This is one of my favorite Walkabout courses of all time. And there are very few in my brain right now that I would put it at this level. But this one's definitely there.
Very well said, man. And isn't this the one where one of the holes is with the organ? You have to get it into, like, to get the hole in one, you have to get it. I tell you, the little things like that are just great. And as you say, it's like just within the environment. And yeah, as you say, the pipes with the steam, because some of them push away and others it's like, I think you can get sucked in and round, I think, on this one. But yeah, cool. So we're in agreement on this.
So good. What is the next one even? Oh, this one's gonna be divisive, Myles. Upside Down.
This is because I don't know what I think about this, and to be honest, this is one I wish I visited ahead of this show. Now I've played other ones that have the kind of mechanics, because Labyrinth has some of this mechanic in it. Mm-hmm. Man, you go first this time. I went first last time.
Sometimes Mighty Coconut introduces a gimmick for a hole, and you're just like, this is so fucking cool. And sometimes they introduce a gimmick for a hole, and you're like, don't tell me the whole hole is going to be like this, or the whole course is going to be like this, right? And and for whatever reason, so Upside Down is the first course for me that I didn't rush out and buy or play the second it came out. I don't know if I was sick or if something else was going on in my life or we were distracted with other games, but for the first time, I heard everyone's opinions about Upside Down for a week before I got around to playing it myself. And I was like, oh God, this is the first major screw up, isn't it? And then I played it. And I disagree with everyone who's ever said a bad word about Upside Down. It's got this whole gravity mechanic where sometimes you're playing on the ceiling, sometimes you're playing on walls, sometimes it switches mid hole.
Yes,
and I think they implemented it so well, and I really really enjoy it. I think Upside Down is sort of my refresher course, when it's like you played a bunch of all these other courses and you just need something to kind of like wipe the slate clean and just try something completely different that you can't do in real life.
Which is what VR's for. Yeah, exactly. So do I think it's like one of the best ones? Do I think it's A, B, like SA or B tier? No, but it's absolutely the highest one in C tier, or maybe the lowest in B tier. Right. Interesting. The whole thing about this is stuff you couldn't do in real life in VR, right? Yeah. It's a joke I often make on Walkabout mini golf is like, this would not pass health and safety. Like this hole here would not be allowed in real life, and there's a lot of that on this. Yeah. I haven't played this as much as I could, and I think it is because you have to be in the mood for this mechanic. But I remember starting off,
it's hard.
It's super difficult. The opening of being in the subway is super cool, and then when you go out into the street and you're like, oh, I see where this mechanic's going. I remember going out the subway and looking up and being like, holy shit, look up there. Like, we're going up there. Like, there is... I don't even know how these are going to work, but we're going to find out. On the flip side, and this might be a really harsh thing because like courses are meant to be experienced from the perspective you are when you're on them. But when you fly around, I find that a lot of these later worlds feel a lot more real and lived in. Like this, there's a lot of stuff that if you look just around the corner, you can kind of see like clipping and like where they've not finished the assets fully.
Okay.
And so, look, I'm not here to say, and therefore it's bad, but it's the one that I really wanted to explore the town, like a lot of these others, and you can't really because they had just focused on that main area.
Sure.
And I'd love it if they went back in and they went, oh yeah, you know what? We're going to just extend the upside town map a bit more. So yeah, I don't know how I would rank this, and I wish I'd gone back to it more. Also, I don't know if I played hard mode. I mean, Jesus Christ, what's the hard mode like on this one?
It's harder. I mean,
Oh,
like
I do think I remember it now. Actually, I did play the hard mode, and it's a lot more to do with like the switching, I think, and things like that.
Like going over certain panels to reverse gravity, and then in that very same putt, hitting another panel to reverse gravity again. It's complicated, right? Like if you like a technical golf course, this is it. This is going to challenge you. But like I saw Nick in the chat saying that like he thinks it's weird and good, but he has no idea where to rank it. And then Taylor says he says that he doesn't blame anyone for not liking it, but he loves it. And so like this is going to be divisive. And I feel like to satisfy everybody, we got to throw it right in the middle somewhere.
I think so too, because also like when we're ranking these, I'm not just ranking them on what I think. I mean, obviously that is where my opinion comes from. But I'm thinking about like if I was recommending Walkabout mini golf, and I would put it in the middle because some people are going to like it and some aren't. But I would put it maybe. I'd put it maybe in the middle of C at the moment.
Let's go. Let's do it.
Because is it Tethys Station? Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah. I say Tethys. I have no idea if that's right.
Tethys, yeah. It has the difficulty of that, but I think that with this one you kind of know more what you're getting yourself into from the start of like, okay, this is all about hitting it up the walls. And I do think that there is some accessibility issues with that as well. It's not easy having to like hit it above you and stuff like that. So I do think of it as well. So yeah, I'd put it in the middle in C.
Tatum says if Upside Down gets higher than Seagull Stacks, we riot. No way. No
riot,
way.
Riot.
I like Upside Down so much more than Seagull Stacks. Sorry, Tatum.
You got to give them credit for the mechanics because it works. They could have swung and missed, to excuse the pun, but it really could have been with this, and they did it well.
All right, man. Speaking of gimmicky courses, here we go. We're gonna talk about Laser Layer. I believe this is the first of the layer courses that we got.
Yes, it was.
First of 3. It was laser, ice, and then crystal. I think Myles, this is my favorite of the layers. Not to spoil the upcoming conversations.
Okay, this is gonna be an interesting one. It's very good, and you could win 2 golf clubs in it, right? Because there was 2 missions that you got in the foxhole. Yeah, there was 2 sets of missions. Okay. Dude, you could go right out into the ocean and ride on the speedboat around the island. Like, they thought about that stuff, and then you're powering up a big robot, and it was just wild. And then you can go in the jungle, and they've done all the foliage, and you've got all the lifts and the floors. Dude, it's absolutely incredible. And as the name suggests,
like
it had a really good mechanic. No, it had an amazing mechanic. Seeing the ball get sliced in half. I mean, we did say you mentioned on original Gothic, it probably was the same thing, but in this, when your ball like slows down and you're like, I've made it, and then the laser hits it and it just cuts in half, you're like, there's a real like the peril is real in this. You have a real sense of like, this is brutal. This is really brutal. So yeah, I think Laser Lair is an excellent one. I think that the Fox Hunt's great. The vibe is funny. It was all for what was the name of the artist? It was oh man, what's the name of the game that it was based on?
I'm sorry, what?
Exploding Kittens. It's Exploding Kittens was the game it was based on. Yeah, because you can get a taco putter was one of them, and then there was a second putter as well. Yeah.
Yep. Wow, it's been.
This was a great collaboration.
Completely forgot about that. Okay, so the part I didn't tell you before this conversation was that this is my favorite of the layers, but I think all the layers are underwhelming.
Oh wow!
Yeah, okay. I know, right? Hot take. That said, I do think that this one like really brings all of the layers up a bit because it is the best one. It was so cool to see. It was so cool to walk through the secret layer, right, and have it be built inside the edge of a mountain or whatever, and like just very, very cool. Like the way that the first holes are like, welcome to the layer, right? Obviously they're having like a super villain convention or something like that, if I remember correctly. Like it's been a little bit, right? And then as you kind of like get deeper and deeper and deeper into it, you're like, this is definitely an evil villain layer. I love the laser gimmick. I do. I think it's great. And so like for me, this is, I don't know, like probably B tier. I could probably push it to A, right? But don't expect that same kind of generosity for these.
No, I wouldn't put it that way. It's interesting you say that about being underwhelming. Like, yeah, I think that they're good at what they do. I think that I really like the mechanics, and I think there were courses in this, like holes in this, that I really loved. But I think overall, I was like, no, that was solid, really good. And you know, I've been hyping up all the extracurricular stuff in it that's really, really good. Also, there's the pool where you can hit the beach ball. Yeah. I remember my friend was doing it, and that's kind of cool. So for me, it was like a real sense of, this was one where I was like, wow, okay, they're really stepping it up. Walkabout mini golf in terms of making the entire place. It doesn't feel like you go around the corner and then they've not thought about what's there. Like, this was actually an island where they'd fully designed it. So I do think in terms of the aesthetic and all the extracurricular stuff, they've knocked out the park. In terms of the holes themselves, I think they're good, not exceptional. So yeah, for me, I would actually say I would put this in B or C. I would even say maybe the highest of the C's.
I would too, and I think that's the highest we're going to see a layer in my opinion, at least. But we'll see.
It's not my favorite layer one. Yeah,
interesting, very interesting. All right, this might be another divisive one, although maybe not. Maybe other people agree with me on this. Alfheim, which when it came out, I thought was just beautiful. I was like, wow, this is just a pleasant outdoor sunny location. But I just don't like the whole design, right? Everything is designed with some kind of curvature to it, and so
you just keep riding the wall.
You got to utilize the curves in order to hook the ball in different directions, and I just never had fun with that. Like, this is on it. When you first stop into Alfheim, you'd be like, oh, there's no gimmick here. But the hooks, the curves are the gimmick, and I was like, oh man, this just isn't clicking with me at all. And so Alfheim, I think so far, Myles, might be my least favorite of all the ones we've talked about.
So I touched upon this one earlier, and the way I would describe this, and I'm interested to know if you agree with this, and this is how I was at the time, because I think we actually spoke. I reviewed this for GAMESCAST. Mm-hmm. I think that Alfheim is a palate cleanser of a course. And what I mean by that is it's very basic. It does the mechanics well of what it is. But when I was playing it, it's like, I think that this is an important course, because if you don't have these really simple ones, you're not going to appreciate the more complicated ones. As you say, the entire location is stunning. And I love that the hard mode, you go in reverse. You go back to the boat. I thought that was a really nice thing.
So they actually designed it like two different ways, right, for this exact
you're going out and you're going down. There's the big waterfalls and that, so absolutely stunning. I love the vibe of it. I would put this as an F. And again, for me, it was a palate cleanser. I remember when playing it, I was like, I'm glad this exists, but I can't remember which one it followed. Would this have been after the this is in the order they came out, so this would have been after something as what I regarded as deep mechanically as Laser Lair. But I think that this sort of explains the different sides of Walkabout mini golf courses. So yeah, this is an F for me.
Something doesn't seem right here with the did Gardens of Babylon really come out after Alfheim? I don't think that's right.
Oh, maybe not.
I don't think we're in complete chronological order here.
Oh, you're right, yeah, because Labyrinth had been out at that point. Yeah, you're right. And El Dorado. Yeah, this isn't in the right order.
Johnny Wrap Up with the level 2 membership says, can we just move Seagull and Alfheim to F tier or lower? Listen, considering that I understand what you're saying about being a palate cleanser, about being a more simple one for people, I don't think it's that simple. I think people are going to really struggle with this one, because they're like, why is it so difficult? I just want to play mini golf. And then they're, if you don't realize that you utilize all these hooks and curves and everything, it's just
when I mean simple, I just mean that once you see the mechanic, there's nothing else to discover. But you're right, it is tricky, because if you're not nailing those wall runs, I'm going to call it, it's all about slingshotting, isn't it? You're not going to get it. But the lighting in it, I remember, was great, and stuff like that. But yeah, it's an F for me.
Good. Well,
not an S tier as you got initially.
Well, putting everything in the first location before we move it.
Yeah.
This really, I think this is really setting up some parameters here. Right? This is showing us what do we consider the best, and why do we consider it the best, and what do we consider the worst, even though it's still okay. But it seems like the chat, for the most part, is with us.
It's one of the most beautiful, though, Alfheim, without a doubt.
Yeah. We'll see. That does bring us to Gardens of Babylon, which man, I
need to remind myself of the actual holes. There's a lot of uphill stuff, isn't there, in it? Like ramps, you're trying to,
there's at least one I think that everybody remembers in Gardens of Babylon where you have to hit it so fucking hard to get it just to the top of this massive ramp, but if you hit it too hard, plop, right in the water.
Yeah.
Am I remembering this correctly? I think that's this, and but we spent a lot of time with Gardens of Babylon, and it was I think it can be a little bit on the tricky side, and I do think that there's a lot of trick shots that the more you play it, the more you're like, oh, this one, it might be a par 5, but you can get it to the hole in like 1 or 2, right? So, anyway, beautiful course, and I love that it's just technical enough, but probably not frustrating, and then the nighttime mode mixes things up just enough where it's like totally worth having to remaster it, right? So sometimes the nighttime or the hard mode just is either completely different or not different enough, and I feel like this rides the line perfectly.
Where would you put it?
I think it's in B.
Wow. Okay. For me, it's one that I did play it and I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I liked it that much, but I really can't remember it that well. I'm looking at footage of it now to try and remind me. I remember going around it, and no, I did really enjoy this one. Yeah, I was probably going to give it a C, but I'm happy to put it on B.
I do want to point out, GC13 in the chat says, The Wall from Hell, H tier. Taylor says, Babylon's very triggering. Hole 9 is straight uphill for a mile with a bunch of ways to screw it up. I always rage quit during Babylon. E for me. So we get some skill issues happening in the chat. And so, but totally understandable too, right? No matter how good you are at Walkabout, man, if you just don't fucking nail it, you can ruin your entire game on one hole. And Babylon definitely has ways to do that. Where were you saying? C?
I was thinking C, but I've put it. I thought you wanted a B. You think it's B?
I think it kind of. I personally would put it like after Cherry Blossom in B.
Okay, that works.
Yeah.
Brian, can while you're
going to be moving? Yeah, talk to me.
Yeah. While you're working on, you talk about Labyrinth. I'm gonna be able to hear it in my ears. Can I be excused and get a drink of water, please?
Listen, only because you're asking me in front of people, and they're gonna be like,
"Please,
why
sir,
Brian
can I have a drink of water, please?"
Yeah, can you get me some coffee while you're at it? I'm empty.
I don't. I don't have coffee in the house. Sorry,
Right.
I just don't agree. It's not something we agree with in this household.
All right, go get some water. Be that way.
Talk about Labyrinth. I'm listening.
He's telling me to talk about Labyrinth, but it's just us right now. It's just us. We can talk about anything we wanted to. No, yeah, he's hearing me still, even though he's not here. So let's talk about Labyrinth. Labyrinth was a big deal, right? And I think a lot of people were really, really excited for it. I was kind of excited for it. Like, I wasn't as big of a fan of the movie as a lot of people were. And I gotta say, I think there's some really, really frustrating holes in this one. And I didn't like, oh man, everyone's going to crucify me for this. I didn't like the 3D rendered characters from the movie because of the low poly aesthetic. Some things I think translate really, really well to Walkabout, and I just don't think Labyrinth did. I found it hilarious that if you fly above the course, every single hole is shaped like a cock and balls because of David Bowie's penis being very prevalent in that movie. Like,
is that true?
It is shocking. It is like it is. It is, dude. Every single hole. Seriously, fly above every single hole. They all look like a penis.
Oh my god, I'd see it now.
I mean, that's hilarious to me. They're like, look what we got from Jim Henson. We got the fucking license.
Oh my god, I did not see that before.
Right, and then they had the, pun intended, they had the balls to fucking make every single one look like a penis.
That's amazing.
I mean, that's some funny shit, dude.
That is really funny. I did not see that before. That's incredible.
Okay, so Nick in the chat says hole 18 easy on Labyrinth is the only thing that keeps it out of F, in my opinion, and I kind of agree with him. The
final one is amazing.
I get very tired of Labyrinth. Anytime somebody wants to play Labyrinth, I'm like, I don't really want to play it. However, the final hole is incredible, right? And that, we were saying how it kind of makes or breaks a course. This keeps it from being something I just don't enjoy to something I look forward to. But then it was shocking that as great as the final hole was on the easy mode, on hard, it's like this ballroom scene where it's just like, okay, it's nice, but it's certainly not it's not 18th hole worthy, especially on hard, right? They should have swapped them. They should have made hole 18. Easy and hard should have been swapped. Would have been so much cooler. Just saying.
I haven't seen the movie. And despite that, I really love this course. But when I'm thinking about it, it is the world building they've done. And a lot of the scenes that I've seen from clips, the stairs going up the walls and stuff like that is absolutely awesome. And I love that when you fly into the sky, obviously there's cock and balls that I didn't think about. But I love that the whole city, like the walls, you can follow them round. It was like they made it all. It's all the long corridors and stuff. And again, it is about, like, there's a lot of these where the environments and the music is excellent, but then the actual holes themselves, there's the bog, isn't there? The bog and stuff. I don't think it's.
Listen, I'm kind of stepping back from the edge here, because the more you talk, the more I'm remembering about the course, and there are some really good parts that incorporate the environment with the whole, and obviously these are things that are part of the movie. It's not as bad as I remember it being, because again, I just didn't want to play it very often. I just didn't get a good feeling about it, and I didn't like it all that much. But it's not F. It's like D or E for me.
Wow. So this would have been this would have been around a B for me initially. So, but again, looking at all the ones we've got coming up, for me, dude, I would put this above, like, dude, I'm looking at like Upside Town and Teffy Station. Like, I do think it's definitely better than Laser Lair. Like, it just is. And okay. So whether we swap some down and stuff like that, for me, it's like, this is. I think this is a strong C for me. But I'm happy to put it in a D if you think it's lower.
Nope. Listen, there's some people in the chat who are agreeing with me, and some people who are completely against me. And Dratdeb in the chat with the level 3 membership says Labyrinth's last 3 holes were amazing.
Yeah,
they really are.
It builds to that. Yeah,
there's some. That's the problem. Is that there's some really, really good stuff in the Labyrinth course, but I do think there's some stuff before it. You know what? Hold on a second, man. The more we talk, the more it's coming back to me.
Yeah.
There's the hole where it's all downhill. It's when you first go inside, right? And there's the hands that are reaching out, right? There's the one before that has the moving hole, right? Where you have to kind of like.
I just sent you the launch trailer.
Into the
so
hole. I think the good stuff here might outweigh the bad. I think I was ready to be very critical about this, but simultaneously, I think that there's too much good stuff here. So let's put it in Let's put it in B.
I love that Bryan says this course transports you into the film. The whole where the ball changes gravity down the stairs blew our minds. This is the thing. Huh?
Wait, what did I say?
What do you mean?
What you just said? I love how Bryan says this, and then you.
Oh, sorry, I'm reading Brian Murdoch in the chat. He says this course transports you into the film. Brian with an I. It's all right, mate.
You sent me the launch trailer, and I was like, did they quote me as saying how much I love this? And then I'm sitting up here going like,
I'm so.
This is pretty rough. Okay, I'm totally caught up.
False alarm. But as I said, as someone who hasn't seen the movie, I felt transported.
Okay.
So yeah,
that's fair.
And this is going to be a category of courses we talk about with the IP ones. I think that's also the thing we have to keep in mind is different people connect to different IPs. I think this one was done very, very well. All right. And when you're in the little village at the end before going up the stairs and into the chamber, that was really cool. Like there was a real sense of being on a journey. So you say B now. Yeah, dude. I mean, as I said, it's above Laser Lair and stuff. So I would put this. Man, I think this is a top B one, man.
Well,
but I'll let you decide where in B it goes.
No, I lost the window. I have no idea where it is. There it is. All right, I'm gonna if you're saying top B, and we're gonna put it in top B. You've definitely you've given in to me plenty of times, and I think it's time for me to just kind of ride the wave on this one. Because
this is going to get difficult now, though, as we go to this end stretch, though, dude. Because there are some absolute bangers. But I'm glad we've only got one in S. That means we've got 4 slots for there.
We've only got 2 in A, right? So we've got a lot of room for like the top
true.
stuff.
We've done well for ourselves, actually, and we've actually only maxed out B now. So yeah,
and we'll see. Well, we'll move stuff around as we need to. Myles, this is going to be interesting because this next one is El Dorado. And this is one that every single time somebody says, what's your favorite walkabout course? I say El Dorado. I say it immediately.
Wow.
I say it quickly. I do not hesitate. I think it's one of these that I jump in and I start playing, and within the first couple of holes there's like this stone animatronic type thing that's like the hands up, right? And you got to put it into the hand, and then it lifts it up to the next level. And I was like, this is the kind of stuff I love in Walkabout. The kind of these anything that moves, anything that but moves and is interactive, I really love. Plus, I love the setting where you kind of hear like the drums in the background, and then my favorite thing that Mighty Coconut does is when you go into the hard mode. And they've fucking destroyed everything that they created for the easy mode, right? Like something happened here, right? Was it lightning?
Yes.
Was it some kind of civilization that attacked another civilization and destroyed all the monuments? What was it that happened, right? But something came in and destroyed everything. And now you're playing through the ruins. And I'm like, this is so good. So for me, top to bottom, S tier. El Dorado is one of my favorite. I don't know if it beats 20,000 Leagues, but it's right there neck and neck for sure for me.
I love that. Yeah, dude, this is one that I still haven't played as much as I should do because I absolutely love it. And for me, when it comes to VR, it's about immersion and atmosphere. I love the rain. I go to sleep to the sound of rain every night. I don't fall asleep when I'm playing El Dorado. There is rain in the regular one, isn't there? As well, or is it just in the hard mode?
I can't remember, but yeah, because I don't think it's raining because it's a dramatic shift when you go from the daytime where it's relatively bright and shiny and everything, and you see the rays of light coming through the trees, which is which was really impressive, especially on the Quest or whatever.
The rain in hard mode and the storm, Jesus Christ, dude, that atmosphere, you feel in it. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I know this place because I've been here. But what has happened, as you said, and if you fly into the sky and look around, there's trees all around as far as you can see. And dude, this is an S tier one for me.
Perfect. Okay, good. I'm glad there's no debate on this because, I like you and I didn't want to not like you anymore. Okay. This might be another divisive one. I don't know, but Myst. This is the next licensed one that we got. I guess I don't know if these are in order or not. But Myst. Very, very much tried to play into the old PC point and click adventure game. And there was a lot. There's definitely. I mean, I played some of Myst back in the day, and there was a lot of memorable locations. But I will say I was talking to Rypop about this one before the show, and he was like, "Fuck Myst. But Myst is all about luck. There's so much luck, hitting the right floor panels at the right time in order to." And it kind of seems like regardless of how much skill or how much practice you have in Myst, it seems like the winner kind of always comes down to luck. It's the Mario Kart of Walkabout mini golf.
I'm looking at the launch trailer to remind myself of it. It's got cool moments. So I'm someone who doesn't have a particularly deep connection with Myst. I did play it as a kid on my dad's PC, and I was terrible at it. And I think it's a great tribute for Myst.
Yeah.
But it's one I've never gone back to. I think there's also multiple clubs you can win on it because there's different ways of getting to the ending. Oh, is it 3? Yeah.
I think so maybe I've the first one with 3.
Wow. It's got cool mechanics in it and stuff, but it's there's people that are massive fans of Myst, and I'm really happy for you. Like, if you're a fan of Myst, you got to own this. This will be a top one for you. For me, this is gonna be it's an E or an F for me. I would put it on a like if you told me right now I'm trying to play Myst or Arizona Modern. I would say Arizona Modern. So I would put it to the right of E. I would Myst
for now.
Alfheim. I play Myst more probably. Obviously, and you got to give it credit for the IP. They've done it justice. They've definitely captured the Myst vibe, and I think they've done well. I like the way that you start off at the beginning. So maybe there is an argument it could be a bit higher, but I'd put it as an E for me.
GC13 Diet Pepsi Cat in the chat with the $5 tip says, sounds like Myst is a skill issue, Bryan. Maybe like, in all fairness, the most amount of time I spent in Myst wasn't playing the course. It was doing the 3 Foxons in order to get the 3. Well, it's 1 Foxon that breaks off into 3 choose your own adventures. So yep. So let's leave it a low E for now, and just to kind of keep on moving here. Myles, tell me what you think of Temple at Zerzura.
I'm looking at the launch trailer. Yeah, oh dude, the beginning of this just went. You're out in the desert to begin with, aren't you?
Yeah.
I think it's just sand dunes as far as you can see.
Wide open, like one of the most wide open maps yet.
And I think in the fox hunt, one of the things you have to do is you have to line up with the sun out in the desert, if I remember. Yeah, dude, this is a good one. It has like some long stretches in it. It's the water, the reflections, and it's like you have to knock the ball on the embankment of the sand. So you're having to use the environment in that way. This one I had a really good time with it, dude. I think that the holes really catch the vibe of it, of, the architecture. It's the long straights. It's the being among the architecture of it all. And again, the night course is absolutely amazing. In terms of where I'd rank it, and I know I can't really say much more than that. I'm curious to see what the chat says, but I do remember just being blown away by it. And it's actually a really fun one to do on the race mode. Which I know was a mode that came out much later after this. For this, I would probably say, it's like, which side of B does it go? I think... Man, I don't know, actually. I want to hear you. I feel like, depending on what you say, I could either see it being an A or a C, because I'm trying to remember, like, every aspect of it. But, like... Yeah, the scale of it is amazing. Or we can knock something off B. But what do you think of it, Bryan?
So this is F tier.
Really?
For me, it is. For me, it's
wow.
Obviously a very personal preference. No,
that's cool. I want to hear this.
I actually don't like how wide open it is. I don't like. It is interesting, right? Like, even once you get inside, I don't know if it's a pyramid or the first indoor location you get inside of, or temple, I suppose. It's just like, you're like, where where's the hole? Where's the boundaries of this hole, right? And so like there's like a pillar that's over, and like you go around the pillar. It just feels like it's sort of like, hey, you just do whatever you want here, go ahead. And it's just the whole thing. A lot of it felt just too open for me, and which is fine, right? It's nice for a change, does something different, but I just kind of felt myself standing around in Zazura a little bit too much. I felt I was just sort of like there wasn't a lot of variety in the hole. I know that sounds so strange to say, because if you really think about it and you start saying this hole does this and this hole does that, there is variety, but it just felt like anytime I was playing this one, I was just really just trying to be patient until we were done with it, right? I do think the last couple holes are very interesting, right? So it does sort of redeem itself at the end, but only to the point where it's like, better than Alfheim.
Okay. So I was thinking which side of B. I mean, it's obviously not going to be the C side. I'm actually happy for this to be a D or an E. I feel like you'd think it'd be an E.
I mean, I would put it in E, but or higher than Alfheim in F, but yeah. I mean, I would like to get some more input from the chat.
Yeah. Also, as I'm looking at this list, dude, right now, I would put. Oh, no, I don't know. Actually, I was like, I'd swap D and E around, but no, I wouldn't, because they need to second guess what I was saying earlier. Seagull stacks, I do have a soft spot for. Yeah. What's everyone think? Everyone type what letter you would get. You would rank.
Yeah, help us out, because Nick says it's probably a C or D. Jay the Phobiated rendered game cat says lower than B, so he's also saying what Nick is saying, C or D.
So maybe it'll be a D.
D. Okay, so this I
because people are pulling it up for sure.
Bryan says
everyone's
C.
sort of saying C's and that, aren't they? Yeah, they're saying it's mid. I mean, I was going to go either A or C. I think because Bryan thinks it's an F, I would go to a D or maybe an E. But everyone's saying C's. Maybe C's or B's.
Ooh, Drew just said E.
Okay.
Okay.
Myles, this is yours to be the Seagull champion.
Prozac says ACDC. That doesn't help us, but it's
awesome. Time to celebrate after GAMESCAST. I will, especially for you, set up a lobby and we'll play Seagull stacks.
Oh my god. I was going to try to send you to bed after GAMESCAST.
No, I'm going to bed. I need to sleep.
Yeah, you're not feeling great, and here we are doing a 3-hour episode. That's always fun. Anyway,
medicine just like the doctor ordered.
All right, Nick says I could go E. All right,
you can go eat. Oh,
E. All right,
dude. What do you want? Let's put it in D. Let's put it in D or E.
You want to put it to top of D? Because you liked it a lot more than everyone else here does.
I definitely would prefer it to Sweetopia.
Yeah.
Sweetopia is like my least favorite.
Wow. I apparently have a lot of pull here. All right, let's move along because we got to keep moving along. This is taking a while.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, talk to me. It's Atlantis time.
Dude, this is not only one of my favorites in Walkabout Mini Golf. This is one of my favorite first VR experiences to put people in. So once I've taken them to Tourist Trap, I'm like, wait, before they say, like, oh, that's great, I'm just going to take a break. Before you do, let me just put you, just play one hole. And then they end up wanting to play the full thing. I said, just experience this. We go into Atlantis. The music, like, I get chills. Like, the feeling of wonder, the reflection of the water, seeing the actual top of like the ocean so far above the surface, the animals, the fish either below you in the trenches or high above, the massive whales, sharks, stingray, crabs waving at you. I love the course that has the fins of the sharks going around. The one where you got to get it in the eye of the statue, dude, and like the fox hunt, dude. Everything about this, like, talk about atmosphere. This is an example of only in VR. Like, I feel, and I have thalassophobia. This is not, I mean, if you go into the trenches, you might get it a bit. This is like chill as fuck. Even though I'm surrounded by great whites and stuff like that. This is super chill, and you can ride the whale. You can ride the whale. Yeah, dude, this is an S tier for me. Sorry, but what do you think?
Listen,
it's an F.
No.
F for fish.
Listen, from day one of Atlantis, I knew I was in the minority here, right? It's not one of my favorites. I think it's good. I don't think it's great. However, it is beautiful, and there's like so much, like especially thinking about individual holes in the challenge that each one presents. I want to sacrifice any thought that I have here, about any negative thought that I have, because I've never seen anybody say anything but really positive stuff about Atlantis. And so like, I want to put my thoughts on this one aside, because if we're trying to make like the ultimate list of like the best DLC, then I know that like my opinion here is wrong, right? It doesn't matter. And I will say it's very pretty when you're playing on the easy mode, but then when you play hard mode and it's dark and like everything just glows, especially with the OLED panels in the PSVR2 headset, the colors just shine. It's a beautiful place to be. It's tranquil. It's awesome. So I do really, really appreciate the look of it more than anything else. And it does there's a lot of creativity in the whole design as well. I don't know what it is for me personally that keeps turning me off from it, but I think everyone else is correct and I'm wrong. So is it S or A for you? Where is it?
Well, from what you said, I'd happily put it in A, because I kind of feel like how you were with Valley, and like Valley wasn't one, but I kind of appreciate it, and you put that in A. Let's put this in A as well. Like this is, I think, probably has a similar sort of camp of it's the atmosphere. It's like it's got good holes and stuff. But yeah.
Listen, there's too many people in the chat that say S for this.
Oh, really?
I feel like we have to put it in S, and then maybe like
okay, and then we can look if we knock it down, we knock it down. All right, yeah, sure.
Here, I'm gonna put it the bottom of S to remind ourselves. Okay, here we go. We're moving right along. I have no idea where the window went. Oh, we're right here. Oh, it's Ice Layer. You ready to talk about Ice Layer?
I think that this is better than Laser Layer, and the reason why, reason why is I love how it opens. The first hole opens the lair. That is when that happens. I was like, "Holy shit!" And then it's puffins, right? Because I thought it was penguins. They're puffins.
Yeah,
they're in the lair. The fact that as you're going around the course, spoilers, you turn behind you and the group of puffins is getting bigger and bigger, and they're like looking from the edges, and you've got like so much going on, and they're trying to like start global warming, and like without telling what happens at the end is really funny as well. Dude, and the fish in the water, like you can look out and you see the puffins swimming, and they've got a sub, and I think that this is way more interesting, and even though it's more out there, feels more of a lived in layer. The laser layer feels very like typical James Bond, but like, is anyone here? This actually feels like an operation is going on. And it also introduced the ice mechanic, the ice cube mechanic. And I've got to say, dude, the first time you hit an ice cube onto the green, the way it rolls on the green and you're hitting it, how the fuck have they done that? I was like, Jesus Christ, this feels like it literally, I don't know how they've done it. The mechanics are so immersive of when you're hitting it, and it's kind of like just the friction on the green. I don't know. There's so much genius to this that I'm not here to bat for it as an S tier. Yeah. For me, it's like this could be a B that knocks something down into C. But yeah, dude, like everything from the kind of the world building and the hilarity, all the posters, and like that's in always Walkabout mini golf always has inside jokes, but this is like, I think from a creative artistic standpoint of world building, this is them at their top. Yeah, I
agree with like everything you said except for one, and it's the thing that stands out to me when I think of Ice Layer, and it's when you're putting an ice cube on ice and it's sliding around like a air hockey puck or something like that. I'm like totally down. But when it drives me up the wall.
It's when
when they make you hit an ice cube on the green, and it just kind of I mean, it does react the way that it should, but I'm like,
Yes.
why am I doing this?
I know,
right?
But that's why you got to try and avoid it. That's why,
Right.
But you're right. It's
right, you have
tricky.
but they have the heat spots and like that. You want to get to the heat spots to melt the ice off the ball. I get it. Listen, I think that I think I was being overly critical on this one.
No, you're right.
You know, it is better than I remember it being. And I'm really, really glad that you kind of took me down memory lane with that because it's because it is good. I will say again, this is sort of like when I had to start stepping away from Walkabout and not spending much time with every single new release that came out. And so I probably didn't spend as much time with Ice Layer as I should have. And I'm glad you like it more than Laser Layer, but Laser Layer is still, I think, peak layer. There's not a lot of people in the chat chiming in here. I don't.
Puffin swimming, Drew says. Okay, I think it was wearing scuba gear, so that's fair.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm sorry. You want to knock something down from B?
I was like, we could. I'd be wanting to put this in B, and then knock something down into C. I don't know which one. I mean, would we just go from the right? So it'd be original Gothic.
I mean, that's the one.
Yeah,
I don't think these are in any particular order. I mean, not total.
Can we do a quick poll in the chat of what people prefer, Laser Layer or Ice Layer? I'm just curious to know because I think that comes into this well. If people prefer Laser Layer, then this goes in C and it can go to the right of it, I think. But
which layer is better, Laser, Ice? How do I start the poll? There it is. All right, we get the poll started. Chime in, you guys. I'm curious to know. I want to know how many people. Listen. You can always tell, Myles, when the show is about one specific topic. It's like Myles and Bryan rank every Walkabout course, and then like half the viewers are here. It's like okay, we didn't hit on something that tons of people were interested in. So I'm wondering how many people that are here are actually are like have played every single Walkabout course. So let us know what's going on with that too. Like, so I know some people might be casual Walkabout fans that played, the stuff that was included with the original release, but didn't buy much of the DLC, or just buy a DLC here and there, or maybe they bought the whole in one collection, but haven't had any time to play 34 different courses. So I kind of want to know where people are at in the chat. Like maybe we're not getting, a ton of rankings because people just haven't played all of these.
And maybe there's people at the beginning who are like, I haven't played most of these. I'm going to just tune into the end to see which ones I should buy because they don't want to have it spoiled. You should definitely tweet. You should tweet the final rankings for sure.
Yeah. No, I don't want to do that because that's funny. There'll be more people complaining about stuff that I don't care about.
That's exactly what you want. That's what you want.
You're like, let's farm the engagement. There you go.
Yeah, that's it.
You're the social media guy. I like it.
That's it.
Okay. We are getting not a whole lot of votes here, so let's see what the votes say. I mean, it's a 40-60 split. People are saying Ice is the better one.
That's how I feel about them. But I, as I said, I love Laser One. I just feel that they really built on it, which is going to sound a bit weird when we get to Crystal Layer, because Crystal Layer I was not impressed with.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, so we're definitely thinking B, right? And we'll knock like original Gothic off. Does that work?
Sure.
All right.
I'll let you choose where it goes on B.
I think this works. I think this works. Well, we can play around with the order later, but I think we're getting a pretty good idea of where things belong right now, which is good. Okay. That brings us to 8-bit layer. Oh shit, dude! I forgot there were 4 layers. I kept saying 3 layers, but 8-bit layer just feels different than the other layers, right?
It's not a layer though. It's not in the layer. I'm pretty sure it's not in the layer playlist. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I don't know, but it's also called the layer. So it is. Yeah. We're gonna go with it's in the layer series. This feels almost Meow Wolf to me, not in the sense of like its quality or anything like that, but in its ingenuity and creativity in saying, hey, again, here we are, we're playing video game mini golf, not real life mini golf. How far can we take this? How esoteric can we make it? How like transport people to different worlds and play things in different ways? And suddenly we're playing 2D mini golf instead of 3D mini. there's a lot going on here. So I really, and as a retro gamer myself, I really like this. But it's all over the place. It's a lot of ideas just kind of like thrown in there. And so for me, it feels not messy, but just, a little chaotic. But I enjoyed it. I'm not giving you a rating.
It is a layer, by the way.
Hear your thoughts first. It is a layer. Cool.
This is literally a course of two halves. I actually think the first half where it's before you go into the screen and into the world. Yeah. I think that first half goes way too long. They could have done it for maybe 4 or 5 holes.
Yeah.
But the fact, by the time I was getting to 9, and then I get to this latter half, I'm like, this is amazing. Like, why didn't we get this to sooner? So for me, there's a lot I like in this layer, but I didn't. I just remember not being particularly impressed with the second. I love the 18th hole. The 18th hole is absolutely awesome. On the regular one, I think on the hard mode, it was less impressive. And you can, yes, Nick, you can play the arcade cabinets, which was great. Yeah. Bryan says, I like the idea more. It's like I'm talking about you. Bryan says, listen to Bryan. Bryan in the chat says, I like the idea more than the execution on 8-bit layer. I agree with that for the first half. I actually like the execution of the second half. So for me, dude, this is an interesting one, man. There are elements of this which would easily put it into like the B-A area, but because of the inconsistency, and maybe I'd feel differently if I played it again, I would put this to the top of D, maybe. But I could be convinced that it deserves to go higher. Do you think this is better than Laser Lair?
Listen, I completely forgot that this was a layer at all. So
same as. So
this was not something I was thinking of when I was saying, Laser Layer is the best layer, Sirens on my end. So honestly, like I would consider putting this C, high C or low B.
Okay.
I don't know. But so, like if I'm kind of B and you're kind of D, maybe C is where we should be. Like kind of average it out a little bit. Right.
But it's just going to knock Tethys Station, which is fine.
Which I think is fair. I think Tethys is, I think something we gave a little bit too much credit to early on because it was one of the early ones we ranked. So if we drop that down and then we put 8-bit layer, right smack in the middle between. Oh, wait a minute. You said you like Laser Layer? Which? Oh,
no, Laser Layer. I'd happily put this above Laser Layer.
Okay.
Someone said the driving game though, and the coins. Ace, it's true. It is great. Again, that's what I'm saying. The things they do good in it are exceptional, but like it felt inconsistent. I don't know.
Yeah, a lot of the things. I feel like a lot of. I feel like I'm talking like in generalities more than specifics for a lot of these courses.
Yeah.
Right. I definitely pointed out a few things here and there that I loved about certain courses and the memories that I have about trying to perfect one. But I think a lot of these later courses, I have more general thoughts about because again, I didn't spend as much time with them playing them 100 times over like I did with the first half. So my apologies for that too, because like I wish I had the time to play this game like I used to.
Another memory I had of this specific is when you go through the screen into the game world. I understand this because this is literally how Walkabout Mini Golf works, which is you have, I believe, I'm willing to be corrected, you have one piece of music for the entire level. But when you go through the screen in this, I wanted the music to turn to synthwave because you're in a synthwave environment.
Yeah.
And like if that had changed, and that was a thing where I was like, okay, like I would have felt more transported if the music had changed. But I know that that's not how the mechanics of the game work because you're basically going to another part of the same course. You're not actually going to a different level. So there was just really great ideas. Someone said again the ideas were better than the execution. But again, it's a great course. These are all great courses. But for me, it's man, I would put it. C, if you want to see.
See it is.
Do you prefer it to Upside Town?
I think Upside Town is better, but again, I think Upside Town is better than most people think it is. So I don't, I think if we move Upside Down any higher on the list, it wouldn't be like really representative of what everybody thinks. What do you think of Widow's Walkabout? This was this last year's Halloween course or 2 years ago Halloween? I don't even know, man.
This is the one I mentioned at the start, Brian, about the first time I realized the importance of 18th holes. Because playing this, I was like, this was a near perfect course. And the 18th hole, I was like, what a letdown. Because you're basically hitting it along the walls and it can get blown off. It was like, I don't know, I just felt like for something of this course with all the rooms and the cool stuff going on. Also, there was the promise of like they're doing a proper horror one. And I know that there are settings, without going specifics, that tweak stuff for people that might be squeamish about certain things. I really want them to do a proper horror, like jump scares one. But dude, I love it. I like on the hard mode, you've got like the ghosts in the different rooms and stuff. Like, this is such a great course. And despite me feeling that at the end it was just a bit of a letdown, and I just remember at the time reviewing it going, this was about to become my favorite course, and then at the end I just thought, oh, that was a missed opportunity, which is the most painful thing I think in any kind of design, missed opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the entire time you're designing a course, if you're Mighty Coconut, you should be thinking about like, what is the culmination of all of this? Like, what is the big, surprise 18th hole that's going to leave people with a lasting, amazing impression? And I feel you, man. It's nothing special. And honestly, like, listen, I love Halloween. I love scary stuff. And what this is like, this is the Target or CVS or JCPenney version of Halloween, right? It's like, it's cartoony ghosts, it's silly monsters, it's right. Is there anything actually scary here? No, it's the children's version of Halloween, right? And I'm wondering what can you possibly do with the low poly art style to make it truly scary, to make it come out of this like generic sort of cartoon version of what people consider Halloween to be. And I think there's ways to do it. I think we've actually seen plenty of scary games that don't have, the greatest graphical fidelity. There are some really cool moments. I like, the bookshelf that with this hidden passage, and there's some really great challenging areas here. And I love that you start outside. Anytime you start outside of where the main thing takes place and then work your way into it, I enjoy that. But I think it's a little too campy for me. And so this personally falls pretty low. Like, this is probably E tier for me.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. Ace Gamercat in the chat says, unless you're arachnophobic, and I am, and that, there are massive spiders in here that you can turn off. There's an arachnophobia mode. I keep it on. Did it kind of like make me keep looking? Yeah, sure. But was I, did the rest of it scare me at any point? No.
Yeah, no, I'm the same as you. I'm an arachnophobe. There's a lot of stuff where stuff appears and it disappears, and it feels like you're in a sort of a Disney, like, haunted house environment. Like, it's decorated well. The moving of the right way. Moving of the holes, and that is really great. What did you say? E or D?
I'm thinking E.
Yeah, I mean, let's put this. I'd say in a D. I would definitely rank this higher than this. For me, this is.
You tell me.
Yeah. No, I would say D. I would actually say like D. I was going to say maybe I'd say C and meet in D. I would just say straight out it's D, but it'd be a top D for me. Because
got it.
Yeah,
that works. All right, and then we go to Meow Wolf. Myles, I didn't know what to expect from Meow Wolf. This is actually my first experience with Meow Wolf. Right, I can't wait to have GameCat Meetup 2026 in Vegas, so that we can see an actual Meow Wolf exhibit in real life.
Is it permanent at Vegas?
I believe so. Somebody in the chat will know more than me, though. Yeah, I mean that is the number one thing that everybody is saying. Hey, this is a great reason to go to Vegas because we can go do that.
Wow, that's a great shout.
So, but Meow Wolf is, stunningly beautiful, right? And it's one of those it does feel like they threw everything at the wall and they're like, let's just get as creative as we possibly can. The ball is this big sometimes. and it's like, well, and you see it like rolling off in the distance, and then showing back up somewhere else. It's very, very trippy. It's very trippy. The question for me though, Myles, is it S tier or A tier? I don't know. You tell me.
I knew nothing about Meow Wolf before playing this, and I was taken on a hell of an adventure, and it actually made me want to find out more about like the actual Meow Wolf exhibitions. There is some excellent mechanics in this. A lot of different mechanics. There's going through portals into different worlds. There's the whole one where you're on like a pond, and I think wherever the ball hits is where a lily pad appears.
Yes.
But my favorite one is where you hit the ball, and I can't remember where it goes, but then it comes rolling round the corner, massive, on like behind you, and then you have a larger ball in front of you, and you're now hitting. I think it's a larger ball, and again the physics feel great, and it's done really good. It's like you're hitting a larger ball into a larger hole. There's just like a lot of memorable ones, and this is definitely one where I can imagine you're like, I just want to go back on practice mode for that particular hole because there were so many like individually great, memorable ones. I can't really put my finger on a lot of it just because there's a lot going on in it and a lot of different worlds. Isn't there the one where you go into a world and it's flat? You're playing like with a puck. It's flat on. It's like a 2D floor with walls. So doing all that sort of stuff as well. Man, this is great. I totally agree with you about, I don't know if it's an S or an A tier. I think it's a high A tier. I would put it between Tourist Trap and The Valley.
It's tough, man. It's so beautiful and it's so trippy.
Yes.
And it's just so cool to like. I mean, I was actually, I can't remember the last time I just kind of had like my jaw open, like in wonder, like what is next, right? And they just like the number of times like the ball split off into 8 different balls, and each had a rainbow trail behind it or whatever, and it was just like it was just magical. And so for me, honestly, this is better than Atlantis for me. So I would actually want to put this in S tier, just above Atlantis.
I'm with you, and as people in the chat are saying about other things, because wasn't this the one with the rainbow orbs? Isn't that the one where it splits up and then it reforms?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's just so
this is S
to
tier.
watch.
This is S tier. There was so much creativity. They literally could have just done 2 mechanics, but like every time they're like, no, what mechanics do we want to do for this? And they made it work. So yeah, this is S tier, dude. I'll happily put it to the left of Atlantis, between El Dorado and Atlantis.
Perfect.
Yeah.
We'll sort out the specific order in a little bit here, but
when I think of 30,000 Leagues Under the Sea and Meow Wolf, that is like when Mighty Coconut are firing on all cylinders. It's cohesive. New mechanics, 30,000 Leagues. There are mechanics. Sometimes it's in storytelling, and it's just amazing world building. So yeah, excellent.
All right, we've got. I can't believe we still have so many left. We got Mars Garden up next. Myles, I got to say something about Mars Garden. I'd heard a lot of bad things about Mars Garden. When I played Mars Garden, I was like, "Oh, this is very cool. I love that we're in this dome and that there's like this barren Mars landscape out there. Probably somebody trying to build a habitat or something. Who the fuck knows what's going on out there? They're probably."
Did you only play it today or yesterday? Was this one of the ones that? Okay, interesting.
For the first time. Yep. And again, I kind of had no desire because I heard a lot of negative things about it. And I got to say, it was a little on the plain side, right?
Yeah,
like even though
palate cleanser one.
It looked nice. I 100% agree. It's a total palette cleanser, and it had like one mechanic going on the whole time. The fact that the edges of every hole were sloped, right? So you could kind of ride up on them a little bit, and that was the defining mechanic of the entire game. And I got to tell you, Myles, for something that was so well done atmospherically, right? It almost felt Prometheus-like, right? It was like there's a these all these crops being grown with like these future sci-fi panels everywhere, and I think automated is picking crops right in front of you. I wanted this to have some kind of environmental storytelling. I wanted
Me
to get
too.
to the end of Mars Garden and like find like 7 dead guys in a laboratory all piled up with just in a pool of blood with like some AI robot having killed them all, being like, this is supposed to be some human utopia, right? But the machines actually took over and you're the only one that's here because everyone else died, right? I want something dark like that when I go in, and I was kind of hoping that the hard mode would do that, right? It would be the destruction of the place. Kind of bummed that they didn't go anywhere with this. And so, and I think that they created such a cool atmosphere, cool environment, and then didn't do anything with it. And so it is a palate cleanser, but it's kind of a boring one.
Yeah, I was just looking for video footage of someone playing it, and it's from a YouTube channel called Balls Deep VR. So fair play to them. Good name for a golfing channel. Yeah, dude, I played it and I thought this is pleasant, this is great. I didn't feel an urge, even though it's the kind of environment, like being in the environment at the start, like you, I was like, wow, this is awesome. I feel like I'm on Mars, like in a base, and like what happened here. Like all these machines are working, you got the hydroponics and the growing, and then it felt like a missed opportunity, like there was more to do here. But again, palette cleansers I think are important in this game, and it definitely felt like one of them, where it's a good environment and simple mechanics. So for me, this is like an Alfheim sort of type of level. I don't necessarily put it as low as that. I may put it in E, maybe. But then it might get knocked down to F. I don't know. But
I'm in the same boat, man. Whether it's a low E or high F, it's better than Alfheim. But like, which is really disappointing because again, when it started off, I was like, "This is so cool. What were people complaining about?" And then I figured out what people were complaining about. I was like, "Oh, this is, right, a solid course, but just nothing really going on." For now, let's drop it low E, and we'll see what happens.
All right, man. Sounds good.
Cool. All right, man. That brings us to Viva Las Elvis.
Viva Las Elvis. This was one that we heard of. Like, we knew this was coming up like a year out, didn't we? We knew they were working on this.
Yeah. Do
you want to go first?
Sure. Listen, I'm not an Elvis fan, right? I probably know way more Elvis music than I give credit for. I would have rather had been an Elvis Costello course because I would have enjoyed that way more. But it's not strictly Elvis. There's a lot of things from his movies and a lot of things from his career, and that's cool. You play across big guitars and stuff. I think there's a lot of cool stuff going on here. But half of it's just like a casino course, and I'm like, because it's Viva Las Elvis, they jammed kind of two concepts which go well together into one course. So I think it was a cool idea. I'll tell you, atmospherically, something didn't resonate here with me, right? It's just so frequently, and especially when we talk about the Tokyo course, I'm going to talk about that specifically. But sometimes you look out and you're just like for a low poly game, sometimes you look out and you're like, there's so much detail going on here. There's so much stuff. Like, you just look out into the horizon, you can see so much. Like, oh, that's the course out there still, or did they just render that for the fun of it? Like what? And when you look out in Viva Las Elvis, it's just blackness.
Yeah.
Right, I think it's supposed to be like, I don't know if it's supposed to be like a blacklight poster kind of thing. It's supposed to resonate or whatever. I think they had a lot of fun with this, and I think I mean, come on, nothing compares to walking up to that microphone on stage and just being like hello, and then hearing hello, like that's so cool. There's so many good ideas in this, but for me personally, I was like, the themes didn't resonate at all with me. So while I thought the holes were fun and there's a lot of creativity going on, it wasn't. I don't think it wasn't for me, and it didn't resonate with me. I'm not a casino person. I'm not an Elvis person, and so it's just like, I feel like I'm an imposter just being here. If that makes sense.
That's such a fun way of putting it. Look, I know very little about Elvis. Not a fan of Elvis. This, if you listed all the IPs they've done, this is the one I'm like, this isn't for me as an IP. But I was really blown away by this one. And I agree in terms of, you look out, it's just black with stars and lights.
Yeah.
But I don't know, man. As someone who knows nothing about Elvis, I'm completely talking out of like hot air here. I thought it was a very awesome tribute because you go into these different rooms that are based on the different songs or album names of like Hotel. I can't remember that you're in the prison.
Yeah.
And I did like the casino, like playing on the tables and with the slot machines. I think it actually has some of the hardest holes. I love playing on the roulette table. We got to try and get it in the green. That's kind of cool. And yeah, when you go up to the microphone and you go from backstage and then you're on stage and you've got all the chairs and that out there is great. And dude, we talk about the 18th hole. I think the 18th hole is a beautiful ending.
Uneasy.
I actually found it incredibly moving, especially with what happens when you do pot the hole. I won't say anything to people that haven't played it.
That's true.
So I don't know where this goes for me. I think I mean, for me, this is a high B. I would argue this is even an A course, but I'd be happy for it to go lower. I think that this is just so solid. But then someone who's an Elvis fan could say, I'm an Elvis fan, this does all this wrong, and I'd be like, okay, fair enough. But like, you just feel like you're going to, even though it's a bit surreal, you do feel like you're turning up at a casino. I like how everything loops back into the main room again.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just remember feeling, which you don't get with all the holes. A lot of them you feel like, yeah, that was fun. This was one where I had a real sense of like, I'm really glad I experienced that. Like, that was a really cool journey. It felt like I was going around a museum. It felt like a museum, whilst also one that you, like the one where you're going down the corridors and you're having to hit the ball off the doors, the ones that are open to get the deflections and that. But yeah, for me, this is an A or a high B for me. So
I'm gonna drop it right in A. And all right. And listen, I did think some of the things that they did were magical, and there were so many cool references. But it was, like I said, just not for me personally.
Fair.
And so, I'm not, I know not everything has to be for me. So, yeah. And the people in the chat seem very mixed on it too. So it works for me. Let's move on to Around the World in 80 Days. Myles.
Okay.
I gotta say, go ahead. You go first.
This is my number one of all time. This is the one. Yeah, this. I know, dude. This is when I think about what is my favorite course, and since they added all those race modes and that, it's got even better. Yeah, dude. The one thing I always mention about this is, and this is what Mighty Coconut does so well.
Yeah,
is the city of Paris is not like a blank wall. They have built those buildings, and the significance means that as you're walking around the structure, you're getting vertigo, because as you're moving, so is the perspective. And the way that you're going up, the way that some of the holes you look down and you are literally looking down, God knows how far, and you see the ball drop and you're like, God, if someone was down there, it's going to kill him. And that you're working your way up to the top to all the blimps and the balloons. And the 18th hole, I think the 18th hole, either on the regular or the hard mode, is one of the biggest open green areas of a driving range. I want to throw it back to you and hear your thoughts, because I feel like you're going to have differing thoughts. But for me, this like race to the top and seeing the animals floating around, and you get a real sense of vertigo when you're going on those support beams between places. It has a great mix of conveyor belts, trying to go up ramps. There's other bits that are just more general courses, deflections, getting sucked up the vacuum and taking elevators and stuff. There's just such a wide range of courses here. And I love that they have toilets in the blimp, and when you look down them, there's just a hole to the middle, so people getting pooped on down below from quite a high height, which would be dangerous.
Listen, from the get-go, I think this course has a great sense of humor.
That's true.
And so yeah, I think you nailed it. It's never been one of my favorites. Like it's not S or A for me, but and actually I think part of that is because I was surprised. Right? It's called Around the World in 80 Days, and like you don't go anywhere.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah. It's a port. Yeah.
And so it's almost like at first I'm like, did they phone this in? But man, it is so interesting to watch the development of this course. You start off at the very, very bottom, and you know, there you are, and there's like a ticket booth type thing with like the red ropes and everything, and you're like, okay, you know, like almost like you're there after hours, and so it's a cool vibe that you're there, and you slowly, like, you know, yeah, you play up and up and up and up and up this tower, and the next thing you know, you're outside of the tower, and man, if you have any fear of heights whatsoever, this is going to trigger that. And so I really enjoyed that, because I do have a fear of heights, and there are moments during this where like I feel my knees kind of shaking, and I just kind of have to steady myself and be like, yeah, a couple of deep breaths, be like, this is nothing, it shouldn't be anything, but it is. It's very nerve wracking. I really like it, but for me, it's like, you know, above average. It's not, you know, it's not top tier. So I'm with Nick. Said he was going to say F, but he's fine with whatever.
I love this though. Like the complete differing feelings of these ones.
Okay, listen, let me ask you this, Myles. If it was going to be an S tier, what is it above? Like, is it above El Dorado? Is it above 20,000 Leagues? Is it above Meow Wolf? Is it above Atlantis?
Dude,
right?
This is super difficult because they're all excellent in different ways. I would say it's above Meow Wolf. It's above Atlantis. El Dorado is special in its own way. I'd put it probably at number 3. But just to say, like, based on what you're saying and people saying it lower, I would happily put this in a ranking for now.
I mean, A could use a little bit more love, and I'm totally. Brian says if this is S tier, it's above Tourist Trap. I mean, I think that's
it would be top of A. Right. But yeah. So someone said, how is Gothic above Widow's Walkabout, which I think is a fair point. Basically, once we get through the end, we'll have a last discussion of if there's any swaps we do, because I think that's actually something I was thinking about from the start. And also, Around the World, dude, like, because that was in my mind from the start of being a top one. I was really interested in going on this journey, because I thought as we go through these, I'm going to come across something going, oh yeah, it's not my favorite, this one is. But like up to this point, I'm like, no, there are definitely other courses that like amaze me in different ways, but like overall, this, just the sense of scale and everything is just I love the comments in this. So yeah, I don't know what you're feeling. I'm happy for this to go in A, the top of A, and keep it off S, and then we'll see at the end if I want to do a fight for one of them. But yeah.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I love that, you know, you gave in to me at certain points, and I gave in to you at certain points, because I'm looking at, like, you know, seeing like Elvis and 20,000, or sorry, not 20,000, Around the World in 80 Days, seeing those so high, I'm like, those are there because of you. And so I really like that there's a, you know, I felt like I was kind of dominating the conversation too much until I look at the list and I go, well, maybe not too much. Yeah. No, this is great. I love it. All right, cool. That brings us to Journey to the Center of the Earth. Okay. Another Jules Verne one, and I gotta say, this is gonna be rough. I think I like this one significantly less than 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, but actually significantly more than Around the World in 80 Days. Right? I think it was the first one that gave you a flashlight, right? Which was
very cool,
which was really fun. And it introduced some new mechanics, right? There are areas where the water level like raises and lowers, and you have to time your shot based on that, or just the ball just floats away. There's some. I would say this, more than almost any other course on this list, utilizes the environment as the whole, right? You're playing through this path, and the path is kind of the whole, right? So it's very, to my recollection at least, very few of the holes are just like roped off, you know, with a bunch of rocks that look like a penis or something. You know, it's like, oh no, this is just the next area, you know. But again, even by all of that, it's not top tier. I think this is high B for me, to be honest with you.
I mean, I'd be fine with that. For me, it's the weakest of the three. The Vern levels, but there is a lot of this. Like that end view when you go to that opening is incredible. I love that at the start you can look up and you see the rope, and you can actually fly up there and it go all the way to the top. The way that the water's running, the flashlight, as you say, is excellent. The moving of the water. When you're with friends and you've all got flashlights, it's super. Also, don't you see each other's flashlights in this as well, which normally you don't see in VR games, which is pretty impressive. If I'm remembering
something about that, I do think you see everybody else's, but there was something about how you operate yours that other people don't see. It's attached to your club.
Because you can have it on your head or on your club.
There you go. And the other people will see only one of those versions, regardless of which one you're using, right?
That's yeah, that's it. So yeah, dude, like that's the thing. This is the weird thing about talking about these courses. Like this one, I think is the weakest of the Vern ones, but it's still an excellent one. So you say it's B. Where would you? I'm happy for it to go in B. Where in B would you put it?
I mean, looking at what's in B, oh man. See, I feel like B's in a horrible order right now for me.
Yeah,
right? Nothing in B is where I would want it to be because I think. Okay,
so which one in B? Which one in B would you knock down to C then?
Labyrinth.
Wow.
I mean, I told you going into it that like Labyrinth, despite the fact that it's a lot of people's favorites, just that's not for me. The great moments, but a lot of boring stuff too. Listen. Maybe the crowd pleaser might be Ice Layer to knock down, because I really do think that Shangri-La, Cherry Blossom, Gardens of Babylon, they're most iconic courses to a degree, right? There's like staples, and I think Ice Layer maybe not a staple, but that's just me. I would personally drop Ice Layer down to C and then put this in B, high B.
All right, let's do that.
All right. Man, I'm gonna make people angry, aren't I? Okay, we got
we got SA and B. The top of SA and B are all the Vern ones. Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, actually, so we got S. There's a Vern in SA and B. Although right now El Dorado I have higher than 20,000 leagues, which I am not precious about, to be honest with you, because I think El Dorado and 20,000 leagues are my two favorites. Yeah. So wherever they go. All right, we got Venice. I gotta say, man, when I remember the first time I played Venice, it was with you, and it was so fun.
Yes,
watching you run around Venice and be like, "Come in the store over here. Look what they're doing over here." Right? It was a fully realized environment with like things happening in the little shops.
They have a pizza restaurant. Oh, that was the best.
Yeah,
it wins. That's S rank. It has a pizza restaurant, Brian.
Sold.
Yeah.
Sold.
They had the gelato, the ice cream. But yeah, when you go up in the sky and you look around, just like you can see the entire thing, the boats. I have to say, like, this was the first of the passport ones. I think they've only got one other passport one, which is Tokyo, which I played for the first time today. And I'm like, do you know the passport playlist? Vern, for me, were the strongest ones. I think passport could become strong contender in terms of what they're trying to achieve, because you feel like I've actually never been to Venice. I've never been to Tokyo. I've always wanted to, but I feel like I've been there. And I have played it with people that have been to Venice, and they said it captures the vibe very, very well.
Just heads up, Looper in the chat says Venice has the worst pizza in all of Italy.
Oh wow, okay. Well, it looked good.
It smelled good.
Bit too pixelated for my liking, but yeah.
Venice. Remind me, Myles, because I feel like I probably didn't get enough time in Venice, and so of all the ones that I've played, I probably played it the least. Were there any gimmicks or anything that stand out as some, other than like the great environments? I know there was some fountain stuff going on, but was there anything gimmicky or that really screams Venice when you think about it, like in terms of gameplay mechanics?
There was no specific gameplay mechanics. It was just the way that it was built into the place. There was one course where you're on a balcony and you hit it down, or if you hit it across onto the whatever it's called, the canapé, is it, above the like one of the shops, it rolls off it, so you could go across and it rolls off it onto the ground. There's the one where you got to bounce it off a box on a boat in the middle of the water to get to the other side. You're in a pottery shop and you're knocking it through on ramps and stuff. So it was all like just you're going in and out of buildings and stuff. And I thought it was very intimate. You were going into all these different places, and
so it's mostly about the environments, is what you're saying.
Yeah,
good. Keep that in mind, because I want to talk about that later with an upcoming course.
Yeah, cool.
And with that knowledge that other course is coming up, I want to put this pretty low, Myles, maybe top of E, because this E is sort of where I think our palette cleansers are ending up, and I kind of feel like this is a very straightforward one to some degree, even though it looks very nice, but it's just there's nothing too memorable about it.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I definitely think it's the strongest on these, and that's the thing. For anyone that's just joining, I know some people, GameCat, specifically a White Tiger, with the $2 Canadian, wow, said just join 3 hours. Timestamps will be fun. Welcome. Yeah, just because it's in E doesn't mean it's bad. It means it's excellent.
Right. We're using somebody else's tier maker list. So shout out to whoever made this. I don't understand why they don't just like list the creator front and center on these things. But shout out to whoever made this. It was up to date with everything up until the newest course, and that's awesome. However, we definitely should have relabeled these 1 to 5, 6 to 10, just because we're trying to put them in order, not say really whether they're good or bad. Also, GameCato with the Australian $5 says, at Mighty Coconut, Struthcobber, thanks for that DM agreeing to release a skiing resort course. Man, listen, if we're just talking about the dreams we have for different courses, bro, when I was playing through the Elvis course, all I could think was, how great would it be for there to be a My Chemical Romance course, right? Like, and everyone has their own band in their head, right? Or their own musical act in their head, like that would just be absolutely perfect. But but MCR is like so theatrical, especially with the Black Parade. The whole thing could just be a Black Parade course. So
I'd love them to do an Alien one with Xenomorphs,
so good
volumetrics. Yeah.
And thank you, Waleed. Please. Maybe just timestamp the beginning of this conversation and then the end of the conversation where we have all the results. Please don't get any more specific than that. There's no need for it.
They break it up by course, every course.
Yeah, right. Oh my God, what a nightmare.
This next one's going to be we placed that. Yeah, this next one's going to be really interesting, Brian. Just because I have a connection with this one, and over the ocean, I don't know how much it resonates. So it's going to be a difficult one to rank.
Wallace and Gromit. No connection. I have no connection to Wallace and Gromit. If this was a Shaun the Sheep course, I would have fucking loved it. But I've seen enough. I've seen enough of this of the animation claymation to say, listen, it's a super charming world, right? And actually, completely opposite from Labyrinth. I feel like the characters in the Wallace and Gromit courses look great. Like they feel like Wallace and Gromit, right?
Yes.
And that's very cool. I love like the little trains going around the living room. I love it's so cozy and cute. And even though so the characters don't mean too much to me, I think the course design is fantastic. And talk about do we want to spoil the 18th hole? Should we
I wouldn't spoil it, but it is absolutely remarkable, especially because it relates. Oh, this might spoil it, but. It basically is a throwback to an episode. I say an episode, a film of it, and it's absolutely incredible. Yeah, I always keep that secret. Yeah, but the fact that you knew it is yeah.
So listen, I think this is a world custom made for Walkabout, to be honest with you, and I think they got real creative. I think it was a lot of fun. I could put this in high B. That's where I'm at. I have no connection to the IP. I want to hear what you think.
I'm gonna send you, Brian, a photo to show you my connection with the IP. This is so ridiculous. So Aardman, who made Wallace and Gromit, I grew up with Wallace and Gromit. It is a big part of the British sort of, I say, culture. Like Nick Park, who started it, Aardman. It's like what's it called? Like an institution of the UK. Like these take years to make these films, And for Walkabout Mini Golf to be entrusted with this IP to make it is a testament to Walkabout Mini Golf. And the question is, were they actually going to be able to do it justice? And they absolutely did. Like, you are literally walking around the home of Wallace and Gromit. And the reason that the way that they've tied together so many different films and that is just absolutely incredible. It's all about the machines and the contraptions. And at Christmas, the Christmas just gone, there was a new Wallace and Gromit movie, and there's probably one every 5 years, probably more than that, because they take such a long time to make, frame by frame. Me and my parents, we watched the new Wallace and Gromit movie, and then I went, hey, here's my Quest headset, you've got yours, I've got my PSVR2 headset, and we played the Wallace and Gromit course together, and they just absolutely loved it.
Do you want me to share this picture?
You can do. So many years ago, like 14 years ago, I different hair back then.
That's kind of why I asked.
Yeah,
because here it is. So good.
I worked for an online broadcaster, and we became a YouTube network, and then we started helping people build their YouTube channels and that. And one of the people we started working with was Aardman. So I actually gone down to Bristol or Bath. I think it's Bristol. And I went down to Aardman, and that was in the hallway. There was me with all the hair. And I actually sat down with Aardman, and I helped him with YouTube strategy. It was like 13, 14 years ago, which is wild. So it's just a funny little photo there of Wallace and Gromit and stuff. And I got to see like all the models and that they did. They did a show called Creature Comforts, which I helped with their YouTube stuff back then, which was claymations of animals talking. But what they were using was recordings from real like interviews of members of the public. It's really funny. Definitely check it online. Anyway, Wallace and Gromit I have huge affection for, which is why this is going to be a hard one to rank.
Yeah.
And the ending in particular, like genuinely, and when my parents experienced it as well, it literally took me back to when I was under 10 years old. Yeah, like fucking hell, Walkabout Mini Golf. Like, as I said, they do well by the IPs, but here they absolutely excelled at it. Like, you're literally walking around the house of Wallace and Gromit, and you're in that world. So yeah, for me, this is. Yeah, I need a letter. For me, I mean, for me, it's like A, but I'm happy to go with depending on what you think it is. Because again, I think it's much more difficult with the IPs.
Yeah, I do too. But I mean, I think a high A is absolutely appropriate.
Yeah.
Like, what if we put it the highest in the A? Is that fair?
Sure, but yeah, above my actual favorite, but yeah.
The difference between I could definitely drop it down too if you want.
No, I'm saying I'd happily do that though. Yeah, it is.
We have, the thing is like for me looking at the A tier, seeing Wallace and Gromit and Around the World in 80 Days at the top of it, and then seeing Viva Las Elvis at the bottom of it, I'm like, that for me, that is such a wide margin. That is such a wide.
That's
range.
Such a good point.
Right, Elvis
with Tourist Trap in the middle.
So much lower.
I love that.
Yeah. Right. This is gonna be an interesting conversation, trying to like kind of fix all of this if need be. But yeah, I'm down for wherever you want this, because I think it's great, and knowing that if you have a connection to the IP, it just makes it that much better. That's fantastic. All right, Myles, we've only got 5 left, which means we'll be here for 3 more hours. Max.
So we can take a lot longer on these ones then, as
right. Okay, listen. So this is Holiday Hideaway. This is a Christmas.
I hadn't played it. I hadn't played it until today.
Yeah, same.
Felt a bit out of season.
It was a little awkward, and I gotta say, man, it felt too fucking wholesome. Okay.
Yes.
This is one where I'm like, oh, it's and let's start from the beginning. You jump in there, and it's like. It really does feel like Christmas morning. Like, I think they nailed the vibe, right? It is so colorful, and you're shrunk down to the size of a toy soldier or something, below a Christmas tree, and there's all these, toys and presents around you, and like a train that's actually going around the track that you can ride. And I was like, this feels a little Meow Wolf to me. Like, this is very pleasant, very nice place to be. And I'll tell you, by the end of it, I was like, bro, I want to see Santa I want to see his sled slammed into the side of a tree somewhere with like just blood dripping down. I need something dark. Mighty Coconut, make it dark. And so when that didn't happen, I was like, whatever, I get it. This is, trying to do something nice for Christmas. I went back into the hard mode thinking, what can they do? Right? Could this be an El Dorado situation where they destroy the Christmas tree and something bad happened? Could they make it into a Nightmare Before Christmas type world?
All right.
And no, it's just the same, but like with different, different layouts.
I didn't play the hard mode, so I didn't get a chance to check out the hard mode. So yeah.
Listen, I saved a comment from earlier. It was a perky PSVR2 game cat. Says, anyone remember Zool? Zool.
Oh God, yeah.
The 2D platformer. He said, Sweetopia reminds me of those levels, right? Because there's like lollipops sticking out of the ground.
Yeah.
And so I saved it for now because the way he feels about Zool, and having it be like, oh, here's a candy level. There's something I felt this way about Marvels. I felt this way about today. I really like seasonal levels and seasonal maps, but like it's the actual like, oh, it's Christmas specifically that I'm like, it just feels a little bit on the cheesy side. And I kept waiting for that to feel that way. Like I kept waiting for this course to feel cheesy, and it didn't. Right? It was sort of magical the whole way through. It was really nice, and it had a lot of variety, and it even had some ice mechanics in it, right, from the ice layer. And I was like, all right. I like this way more than I thought I was going to. I was totally shocked. It's good.
Awesome Tatum's cracking me up. He's losing his shit. If Holiday Hideaway gets above Seagull Stacks, we riot.
That's really good. He's what's up with Seagull Stacks? I didn't think there was any connection for anybody with that one.
Yeah,
that's
great though.
Brian Murdoch says Holiday Hideaway is like a cozy sweater. It is. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm trying to say the good things about it, right? But it's it's not as trippy as Meow Wolf. It's pretty like Meow Wolf, but it's not as trippy. It gives me some warm fuzzies, but am I gonna really go to bat for it over like some of these courses that I love? No, it's nice though.
That's fair. Yeah, I really liked it. I wish I was playing it at Christmas. It'll be a nice one to play with family at Christmas. Like, it's good for that. And it's, what is VR good for? It's putting you in places or experiences that you couldn't do in real life. You feel tiny. Like, I was looking at the Christmas tree. Wait, are we actually going up there? Oh, fuck, we are. And like, that was really cool. And then they brought back some of the ice mechanics. And then closure is, if you don't want spoilers, but at the end, you think
it doesn't work with headphones on.
Makes it louder. Yeah. But you want to meet Santa, and in the end, you meet a rat, big rat, big rat. And I was like, okay, yeah. So, dude, I don't know where I'd put this though, because there's a lot of charm to it. Probably just to the left of Seagull Stacks. Seagull Stacks. Seagull Sacks. I was thinking of Christmas Sacks. That's what I was thinking of.
Listen, as far as holiday ones goes, I'm surprised that I would actually put this above Widow's Walkabout.
Wow. So on D, or would you put it in C?
I think I would put it in D, and I would like to rearrange some stuff in D.
Yeah. We'll do some rearranging at the end, I think, because we're so close now. But yeah, all right. So, okay.
Yeah,
D.
I'm just going to throw it at the end next to Seagull Stacks to just trigger Tatum a little bit more.
Yeah.
So why is it even that close? All right.
I love it. We get to the end and we go, Seagull Stacks is an F.
What were we thinking?
Yeah,
and I love that we're so hesitant to put anything in F, right? Because like we like everything. We like all of these courses to a degree.
And we knew this was going to happen because at the beginning we were a B. No, was it an A, a B, and a D? I think actually Seagull was always in the D, but we were sort of, there's going to be so many others, but it's held all right.
Mount Olympus.
I only played that today for the first time.
Same. And I liked it. I didn't, I will say the thing that struck me most about this wasn't the course design. It wasn't anything specifically, except for you were anytime you looked out into the horizon, it was always something beautiful, right?
Yes.
You could tell you were, pretty high up on Mount Olympus. You were, just, yeah, but kind of but that's what stood out to me. Like, which I think might be a problem. Like, why isn't anything else standing out to me about Mount Olympus? I need to review my gameplay footage because I did actually capture some stuff today. Chopping it up into like 30 different videos would have been a nightmare though, so I didn't do it. What are you thinking?
Yeah, I never played the hard mode. What I loved about the course was the sense of scale. I mean, this is Mount Olympus. There was a real sense of, oh my God, we're going all the way around here. And it was you had to travel quite some distances. And whenever I play Walkabout mini golf, when you play with new people that aren't really familiar with locomotion and they just hit the button to skip to the next course, there's so many times of like, oh no, don't do it here. There was a really cool bit you could have walked through. And there's quite a few courses where that happens. And this is one where there really is a lot that you can walk through. The 18th hole on the regular, it was nice to look at. I found it, though, in terms of the execution of what you do on it, was a bit underwhelming.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I feel like this is one where this is going to sound way too harsh because this is not fair. I was going to say it's more style over substance. But the substance is good. It's just that compared to other courses, like, it's a spectacle. It's amazing around it. I just thought it was the actual holes. I actually think this might be a palate cleanser in terms of the actual design. So I would put it maybe. Oh, dude, I don't know where I would put this. I kind of feel like this would maybe be to the bottom of D, maybe top of E. What do you think though? You help me out with this, Bryan.
Yeah, listen, I'm skimming through my gameplay footage right now just to kind of refresh my memory, and I will tell you that there was nothing about it I didn't like. Hey, it was just it was a very, very straightforward course. There was one section of it. Again, this is going to remind hopefully everyone of the 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea conversation. There was a moment where you're putting on this blue-gray kind of surface, and the water around you was all white, and there was it triggered a memory about Sonic the Hedgehog 2, a specific level in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 that had that same color palette, that same color scheme, and I was like, oh, this is so pleasant, and I was like, if the whole course had maintained that color scheme, I would have been like, I would have really, really enjoyed being there even more than I was. But it wasn't. It was just for like a brief segment. Such a strange memory that got triggered because of a couple color choices. But I really liked it. But so like when I look at the stuff that we have here, would I rather play this in Mars Garden? Would I rather play this in Mist? Would I rather play this in Arizona Modern or Venice? I think so. I think this is the top of the E for me.
Cool. Yeah. Let's do it.
This is going to be a mess. Wait, that wasn't Raptors Cliffs. Raptors Cliff is next, though.
Another one that I only played today.
Whoa. Okay, listen.
I know.
Okay.
So I haven't played this on hard mode, so I'm curious to know what that's like.
I hate to disappoint you. It's not that much different. It's just
man.
different layouts and stuff, and I think more. So again, this is the last time I promise that I'm going to say this. I was really hoping to go into the Raptors Cliffs hard mode and find out that the dinosaurs had just destroyed everything.
Yeah,
right.
People.
All of the animatronics or all of the dinosaurs were gone, and it was, because they were all there at the beginning, and they're having fun, they're being playful, right? I just wanted the hard mode to be destroyed by dinosaurs and just be like in the wake of dinosaurs being here, more Jurassic Park than this roadside attraction that they were actually going for. I actually think that Raptors Cliffs is brilliant because you kind of don't know if they're saying, hey, here's a roadside attraction where you get to go play mini golf through, all these. Are they supposed to be animatronics? Are they supposed to be right? Or are they supposed to be real, actual dinosaurs, right? This is the mini golf version of Jurassic Park, and when I thought of them as like somebody set up this really fucking cool roadside attraction with these almost paper mache animatronic dinosaurs, I enjoyed it so much more for some reason, right? Because it felt like this is something that could be real, and but then I wanted them to break that for the hard mode, and they didn't. So I don't know, but listen, I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed it, like playing through this, trying to chip into a dinosaur's mouth, right? And then he like poops out the ball, and then like you play down on the ground like for the next hole. Going up into the trees and getting some verticality, the wooden bridges and everything. I feel like it all just this is one where you are playing through the environment, and there's not just holes placed within an environment. This is one of the newer ones for me that I fell in love with. This ranks pretty high. Yeah,
I wish I look forward to going back to this and playing it in my own time, and also playing it with friends. Today, trying to just experience it, I was going through it very quickly. When we talk about the environmental relationship between the golf courses and the context in which they are, the fact that on the first hole, the course dips in the shape of a dinosaur footprint is amazing. Like, just that is like peak Mighty Coconut when it comes to design. And you're right, I look at the T-Rex and go animatronic, and then it gets up and it looks like it's got indigestion or something like that, and I'm like, oh, I don't think that's a robot. And it's great, and you go through. Just gonna say this because I'm like this. The 18th hole is not good.
Nope.
No.
It's
actually it's worse than that. It's actually really frustrating because it's one of those, got to hit it uphill, and if not, it goes all the way back down to the bottom. And I thought that maybe at the end, this is not a spoiler because I'm telling you what not happens. I thought a big dinosaur was going to come up at the end and eat me.
Yeah, for real. It was
going to go na 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 na. None of that. It was a shame.
Definitely could have taken the concept further, and so I'm not
going to get you a copyright strike for that rendition, am I?
I mean, it was pretty fucking close.
Yeah, I apologize.
Also, fireworks on my end. This is going to be for the next 10 minutes, just FYI. Yeah, do you guys want to watch the fireworks instead of me?
Dude!
What?
Around the world, my favorite one, the night one, the fireworks, dude. Yeah, that is amazing. Sorry. Yeah, I just remembered that. I had a flashback.
Yeah, so they didn't take this as far as they could have. It's a great concept, but it doesn't. But I still loved it. It just felt so fun to be there. I do it. Like, just to take it even further. Like you were saying, like, oh, what if a dinosaur comes up and eats you at the end? What if the last hole was like Pinocchio style, Pinocchio and the Big Blue Whale or whatever it is, where it's like you putt into a dinosaur's mouth, and then you like next thing you know you're like putting inside the big belly of the giant dinosaur. I don't know, man, but it definitely could have done something more exciting. Which
Graves gives it D for dinosaur.
and honestly, I love the aesthetic here, and I think some of the holes are great, but I don't think they took it far enough, and so I do think it kind of falls pretty far down. I was thinking closer to C, but I don't know. I'm down for whatever you want.
Yeah, the fireworks. Everyone should hit the like button, subscribe, and donate, because these fireworks Bryan puts on for you every Friday are not cheap. Dude, I mean, it reminds me when I was a kid and I was in the Rocky Mountains. We were in an RV with my family, and we went to, what's the name of the dinosaur in the Flintstones? Is it Dino? Was it just Dino?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was Dino World. It was called, and it was shut down. It was raining. And as a little kid, I wanted to go. Can we go on, please? Yeah. You can go in, even though nothing's open. So I'm now playing this. I was like, as a kid, Raptor Cliffs is such an awesome, like, you're with dinosaurs. Like, this is, like, I just love it. It's so wholesome. It's so great, despite the shortcomings with some of the holes. But overall, like, you're going in the trees, you're going around the coast. It's all great. It has a lot going on there. So, yeah, I don't know where I'd put this, man.
I love that. I do love that when you start the You start the game,
Yeah.
start the course, like you see your car parked over, and you just have the feeling like, oh, we just brought the kids. We just stopped along the side of the road for this roadside attraction. Like we're on some family vacation. Everyone's just happy to get out and stretch their legs. It's got a great sense of place. Like I feel like they really nailed that.
Awesome way of putting it. Great sense of place. I love that. Yeah.
And it's all, for all those reasons that I kind of want to put it high in the C category and don't want to put it lower, but like I can totally see missed opportunities left and right.
Yeah, dude, I'd put this in C. A lot of these on this section, I would put it above. I'd put it above 8-bit Lair. I'd put it above the original Gothic.
What about between Ice Layer and original Gothic?
Let's do it. Yeah.
Nice. I will say, there's something very refreshing about this course though, and it made me happy that I was like, oh man, I've been away from Walkabout for a little while. I wonder what Rafter Cliffs is like. It's so good. Like it just feels good to be there. And so I'm really glad that Mighty Coconut hasn't lost their charm, because it is a charming course. Oh shit, hold on. Did I fucking miss this tip? Silver Nexus with the $10 tip says, thanks for going the distance. Shout out to PSVR Underground and Virtual Strangers. I mean, yeah, fucking of course shout out to them. They're not here, so fuck them. But
are you going to do this with them on Monday and Wednesday? With Wes and with AJ?
To create the ultimate list, yeah, we got to have another 4-hour show on Monday and then Wednesday.
Excellent. I can't wait. I'll tune into that.
Cool. Would you mind hosting it so I can take the night off?
I can't. Sorry.
All right. I just have Wes and AJ do my Monday show together, and then
that's it.
Knock
and
it out.
Go for it.
Done. I love it.
And then the four of us will do Wednesday. Yeah.
Perfect. All right. We're down to 2 more. We got Crystal Layer. Myles, didn't play it till today.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
Nope. It's good. It relies heavily on one gameplay mechanic. They introduce one new thing. It's kind of these laser crystals type thing. Crystals, right? That they create, they have their own gravity. They suck the ball in, right? Which is cool to help, kind of like curve your ball when you need it to, if you use them properly. This is some stuff that's sort of taken from Tethys Station, I think. There's all those pits that acted very, very similarly, except different from Tethys Station. If you hit the crystals, it ricochets your ball out in a straight line as if it's on a pinball table. And so a lot of this Crystal Layer course reminded me of being inside a pinball machine, and I kind of wished I was inside of a pinball machine instead.
I agree with that. I bought this when I was visiting my parents, and me and my dad decided to play some Walkabout. I was like, oh, this has just come out. I'll just quickly buy it. We'll both play it. And I remember I got to the end of it, and I thought the environments are great. Like on the cliffside edge, like you got all the tents and that on the side. You got the waterfalls, and that's great. But yeah, the crystal mechanic, I actually think it's one of their weakest mechanics yet. Because I feel like I wasn't using it the way it should. Like, I don't know, sometimes with mechanics you learn this is definitely what not to do and this is definitely what you do, whereas here it was more of like an annoyance of like, yeah, maybe if you hit it in exactly the right way and stuff. So yeah, for me, this was by far the weakest layer in my opinion. I do want to play it again on PSVR2 and check it out and see how I feel about it. Maybe, and also play it on hard mode. I did check it out on hard mode; it looked great. But yeah, this one didn't resonate with me, unfortunately. So for me, I would put this in F.
I'm kind of okay with that, even though like.
But where would you put it?
I mean, I was thinking D. Okay, D or E.
Okay,
but here's the thing: they introduced. It wasn't like going into like some evil layer was a new concept, right? And it wasn't so it didn't feel original even stepping into the world. Yeah. And then on top of that, they introduced this new mechanic, and you're like, oh, I wonder what they're going to do with it. And then they kind of didn't do anything with it. right? It's like I think Mighty Coconut is so good at introducing something and then saying, "Oh, now do this, now do this."
Yes.
Like sort of building and building and building on top of the stuff that you've already experienced. And instead, I feel like the first hole isn't that much different from the 18th hole. And
Yes.
so, yeah, and so a little underwhelming. Maybe, yeah, and that's why I kind of think like, you know, having these things be like, what are the things you hit on the pinball tables called? You know, like ting 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 ting.
Oh yeah.
Those things.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things. That's why I was like, man, this would have been so much more fun inside of a pinball table if you know, those things acted with the same type of mechanics, and then at least it would have been a different world or something. You don't want to go into a course thinking how much better it should have been, and that's all I really was thinking with this one. But I would put this above Alfheim in F, and yeah, and I would be happy with that if you are.
Yeah. I'm literally searching on Google what are the things on pinball tables called. The thing,
but bumpers.
But they're just called bumpers. But that's at the bottom.
Yeah. Oh, the
wow. Wikipedia has a glossary of pinball terms.
Oh, good luck, dude. There's a great pinball documentary from like 15 years ago called Special When Lit. It's so good. It's so good.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's like even if you don't like pinball, I think you like it.
Oh no, I'll check that. I'm just looking where you've put it then. So Crystal Lake, you put it in F?
Oh, I put it in F, but I meant to put it above Alfheim. I'm not sure what happened there. Boink. Right. There we go. Okay, and then we have one more, and that's Tokyo.
I played that today for the first time.
Talk to me about it. I want to hear your thoughts.
Had you already played it?
No, I hadn't. See, so I think was that 5? I haven't been counting. I think I played 5 or 6 today, 5 or 6 today that I hadn't played before. What a great excuse. What a great excuse to get back in and play Walkabout. Because I've been meaning to do this for weeks. I've been meaning to get caught up on Walkabout, and now I feel I'm caught up, and now I just want to play more Walkabout.
I feel like because the quality is so high, we're kind of spoilt now, and so there are like these later ones deserve to be much higher, but just because we haven't spent as much time in them, and like there's so much to choose from. Yep. So for me, I was absolutely blown away. Like I went into practice mode, and starting with the overview of it all, how dense the buildings are, and like going around. I've always wanted to go to Japan. It's on my bucket list. I felt like I was in Japan, and I was just absolutely blown away with the amount of detail and care. And this is what I was thinking of when I said earlier about Venice, about I think the Passport series could actually be a winning playlist for Walkabout Mini Golf in future. Like literally, if every 3 months or every 4 months they did a course that was about a different city in the world, that is something I would just keep going to, like London, New York, just
Boston, but only the Fallout 4 version.
There we go. Yeah. So yeah, this is one that I feel I definitely did not spend enough time in, and I want to go back to. I didn't play the night mode. I would love to see it, but my goodness, this is just top tier Walkabout Mini Golf in terms of being transported.
I'm so happy you said that.
Upside Downtown, I know it's not a real town, it's mechanics, but I always wanted the sense of being in a town, and I'm looking through the entire list of what other ones there were that were towns, and I don't think there has been. Venice, but yeah, I mean talking like dense town, like, like really busy and stuff. This felt like, even though there's no one there, it felt lived in. They nailed the vibe, man. Like, my gut reaction is that this is an A or an S tier level, but I need to play more. But a lot of people in the chat are saying S tier.
And I'm with them. I really am, because there's so much stuff I want to talk about here. Like you go in and immediately there's these Neko Atsume cats, right? And you can hear, like, especially if you get a nice headset or something like that. But I'm listening through my Pulse headphones, and I can hear them purring, right? This low rumble of them purring, and you're looking, and then you end up in like a sake bar, and there's, the only thing I gotta say is that, like, it was so cool going into some places like the Viva Las Elvis one, and getting to use the microphone or hitting the guitar with your putter, and it strumming the guitar.
Yes.
bro, I'm a disrespectful American tourist. I walked into that sake bar and I just wanted to smash all the fucking bottles, right? because it's a video game. I always want to smash stuff in video games, right?
I wanted to strike the cats, and I couldn't. Yeah.
So for me, it was like the interactive part of it was the downside. But you go into that sake bar and it's like these bottles are everywhere, dude. I found 0 hidden balls as I was going through because I feel like in the old levels they used to be. You'd find at least a couple just wandering around,
right?
But they're so well hidden now because I think the environments are so dense. There's so much more stuff in there. It's easier and the environments are bigger, right? Each hole isn't confined to just this. It's all of this stuff out here too, in your peripheral. See, we're bringing it all back home. And so, dude, and I was in the sake bar and I heard purring, and I was like, what? Why the fuck is there purring in the sake bar? And then I looked up, and on one of the shelves there was a Neko Atsume cat up on the shelf, and I was like, oh, that's so cute. I heard it before I saw it. And then while I was looking up through the skylight, I saw a train go overhead. I was like, there's so much happening here. I love it. And so you're constantly going in and out of buildings, and like, one time when you're outside one of the alleys, you look up and there's like a giant robot coming over one of the storefronts, and I was like, that's so cute. And then there's another cat over here. There's cats everywhere. I love it. And I started wondering, these are great environments, but is this one of the courses where they just put a bunch of holes with it, a bunch of kind of plop them down inside of nice environments? Because like the first half or the first third, it's like you're playing in bento boxes. I believe that's what the vibe they're going for, right? They kind of set it up in these squares, and so if you like playing through, and then they mix it up, and you're going through Japanese arcades, and then now there's curves everywhere, and it's green instead of red. They nailed it, man. They nailed it, and like instantaneously, Tokyo became one of my top favorites. And
it's what we talk about, isn't it? Good courses that feels a part of the environment, like the symbiosis of it. They've just nailed.
Yes. 100%. This is part. Nick says the robot was doing what over the restaurant? That's a good question. Yeah, but anyway, I mean, I loved the amount of detail. Comparing Tokyo to like an early course like as nice as Tourist Trap and what's the Blossom one? Cherry Blossom one?
Oh, Cherry Blossom, yeah. Right,
those even get makeovers, right, from their original versions. And this just shows how far Mighty Coconut's come from an art design perspective, right? They've so detailed, so densely populated. I just had I feel like I had such an amazing experience. I've always wanted to go to Tokyo, and I kind of feel like I was there for a minute today. It was nice.
Agreed. I know some people they don't like the art style of Walkabout mini golf. I think the Tokyo level is going to be okay. I think the Tokyo level is going to be a real shot at winning those people over. Like, do you know what I mean? Like keeping the style, but as you say, to the detail and everything, like it feels lived in and stuff. So yeah, dude, this is S rank. I don't know where we put it in the S. I know we're going to do some. Oh no, you put it at top.
Well, that's just because it was there.
Yeah, that's cool. Oh yeah, of course.
Right, that's where they all went for a second.
So yeah, we are going to have 5 on each. We are going to have 5 on each level once we've flattened it all out.
Is that how
35.
Works?
Yeah.
Oh man, I don't know why I thought there was only 33 or 34 courses. Anyway,
there we go. We've been spoilt.
Well, let's figure this out then. What I mean, like we have 5 in the S tier, and I feel like I'm happy with those 5. That's a good variety.
Yeah.
But what is the top tier of this? Like what should be number 1? I'm just gonna throw this out there. I think 20,000 Leagues.
That's the same as me. That my gut check is it ticks all the boxes. It's the way it starts. It's the wanting to explore it. The way it all ties together. Especially because it's quite claustrophobic. There's not a lot of places to explore. They make every meter of that environment work. So yeah, for me that is absolute top. I do like this S tier because it El Dorado is more simple, but they nail the environment. Meow Wolf is more experimental. and Atlantis for me is a complete mood piece, like a real sense of just being there. Tokyo is, I think, Tokyo is for me a future of Walkabout mini golf. I don't think that's the only things they should be doing, but it proves that like this is something. Like Venice was cool, but Tokyo, it's like, guys, keep going. You can keep capturing these places in the world. So yeah, in terms of the ordering, I actually think that's a really good order.
I was just going to say the same thing. I'm really happy with that order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right. Well, let's move down to 6 through 10, which is where
Salvador says, "Wait, this is still live? I thought I was watching a replay, but then the 1.5 times speed stopped."
Welcome to the future, Salvador.
Yeah.
All right. Looking at the next set here. Listen, there's a couple of your favorites in this section. And the only one I really want to go to bat for to make sure it stays relatively high, is Quixote Valley, because I just love that one. And honestly, like, if you tell me, did you think Wallace and Gromit was better than Around the World, or the other way around?
Dude, I mean, I had a stronger connection with Wallace and Gromit because of what they do. And again, it's kind of like how I feel about Tokyo. Tokyo shows what Walkabout mini golf can do as tributes for places. Wallace and Gromit is like what Mighty Coconut can do in tributes to IP. Mm-hmm. But at the same time, like, Round the World is just like, I think Round the World for me is above it. So
let's move it up.
I wouldn't mind if it went Round the World, Valley, Wallace and Gromit, Tourist Trap, Viva Las Vegas, Elvis. I don't know.
Listen.
What do you want?
I'm gonna keep Quixote Valley below Wallace and Gromit.
Okay.
But I'm very happy for Tourist Trap to be 9 and Elvis to be 10, because Elvis for me is, like, this is not one for me. This is one to satisfy either you or anybody else watching. So yeah, having Elvis at 10 is, I think, about as high as I'd like that to be.
Well, Elvis is the opposite of Wallace and Gromit for me in terms of connection. Like, Wallace and Gromit I grew up with. Elvis I had no connection whatsoever. So it's an interesting one to have there. But it's a great course. I'm glad Tourist Trap is there. Like, Tourist Trap is special, man. I'm glad it got another coat. They updated it.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
So you're happy with 6 through 10 then? Yeah, we're down to B.
Yeah, dude, that's really good.
Man, I like all of these. I mean, I obviously like Labyrinth the least, but it is funny that the more we talked about the Labyrinth course, the more I was like, oh, right, I did like that. Oh, you're right, I did like that too. Oh, right. And it was really an early example of them creating like a fully realized town space, right? Being able to fly all around it and stuff.
Shangri-La or Cherry Blossom?
Which one do I like better?
Yeah.
I gotta go with Shangri-La.
I think so too.
Okay, good. And
I like that we've got like these three that are kind of chill: Shangri-La, Cherry Blossom, and Gardens of Babylon. Just like, chill with foliage. I don't know. I'm kind of like, I'm undecided, so I'd be happy with keeping the order that way. But I mean, to you, is Journey the strongest out of all of them? I think you'd say it is. Yeah.
I think personally, I might see. Man. I just feel like, even though I spent lots of time with Shangri-La and Gardens of Babylon, it's been a long time since I played either one of them. For me, both of those rank pretty highly here. But to be honest with you, I'm just happy that they're all here and didn't fall any further. So I'm sort of happy with their location. Is anybody in the chat objecting to anything? I haven't been keeping an eye.
So Shangri-La is the best in the Bs, you think? So, okay.
Who said that?
Jay, the foveated rendered game cat.
I don't, and I kind of don't think you're wrong. Would you mind if we moved Shangri-La?
Oh no, I'd happily move that to like second. Yeah, Shangri-La. So we do Journey center, then Shangri-La, or do you think it should be number one?
That works for me. This is good.
Cool.
This is good. I feel good about this. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. So that brings us down to C, and we are going to be dropping stuff from C into D, and then even more stuff from D to E and V. Okay. Man, this is gonna be interesting with Ice Layer. There's a lot of.
Two have to get knocked down anyway.
That There's
Yeah, man.
3 layers here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Firstly, out of all of these, what is the strongest one? From the conversation, even though I've played very little of it,
Yeah.
I kind of feel like you would maybe hedge towards Raptors Cliffs.
Yeah, just because I like being there.
Yeah.
Right.
No, that's what. Yeah, and I agree. I'm like that as well. I think it's pleasant. I think Ice Layer overall has better courses, but I think Raptors is such a cool vibe. I like the overall aesthetic and the things they've done there. In terms of the 2 that we'd want to relegate, I would be willing to do. I don't know, man. Okay, what do you think? Original Gothic or Bogey's Bonanza?
Which one's better?
I think Original Gothic, right?
It's a tough call. I definitely think of them around the same level. I think honestly, I think the one that we should drop for a crowd pleaser would be Upside Down.
Wow.
Right? Because am I wrong, chat? Like, I feel like most people don't hold Upside Down in that high regard. I thought it was fun. It was different. It was interesting. Right? Tried something completely new way of playing the game, but I don't think that resonated with most people.
Yeah, the one I was going to say to drop, and we can drop Upside Down. I'm going to say 8-bit lair, and the reason I say 8-bit lair is because of the inconsistency thing I was mentioning before.
Yeah.
I like Original Gothic. I do think gets better as you go along, but it's a nice progression. 8-bit lair, I just didn't. The first half just doesn't resonate with me as much.
Sirens on my end.
And I think Laser Lair is stronger. So even though I think the second half of 8-bit lair is some of the strongest lair content overall, but again, it's just how it mixes. Yeah. So Upside Down Town and 8-bit lair, we drop down, and then we can decide the order of the remaining in C.
Perfect. Let me see if we can't get that to actually do it. Upside Down and 8-bit layer drop down to D. All right, so we got Raptors Cliffs, Ice Layer, Original Gothic, Laser Layer, and Bogey's Bonanza in C.
There's a lot of love for Gothic.
Oh, good.
So maybe we put Gothic as second. So Raptors Cliffs, then Original Gothic.
I'd be okay with that.
Ice Layer and Laser Layer next to each other. I do think Bogies is definitely on the end of C. I mean, there's an argument that I think Bogies could have actually stayed up there instead of Upside Town.
Wait, we dropped Upside Down. Would you want Bogies?
I do. I'm just saying on reflection, I think Bogies could have gone down and Upside Town could have stayed.
Listen, I'm fine with that, right? Because I'm constantly, I've been fighting this battle the whole time about what is it? What do most people think, and what do we think? And personally, I think if somebody said, "Hey, would you rather go in and play Bogey's Bonanza right now or Upside Down?" I'd say Upside Down.
Yeah, same. Let's do that.
Let's do that. I think Tier Maker's gonna crash on me. I don't know why this is so memory intensive. But are you cool with Upside Down being the last one in that row?
Yeah.
All right. And
you put Original Gothic first, yeah?
Yeah.
Nice. So it goes cool. Original Gothic, Raptors, Cliffs, Ice Layer, Laser Layer, and then Upside Down.
Nice. All right. We're going to drop a lot. We're going to drop a lot.
Look at Seagull Stacks right on the edge there. Oh my goodness. Man, that looks like it's going to fall the way to F.
It's slipping. Oh my goodness. Too bad it's on those high cliffs because it might fall really far.
Yeah. Hyper Seagull catches it.
Honestly, okay, listen. Let permission to speak freely?
Yeah, no, go for it.
Thanks, Captain. I hate Zazura. I said that right from the get-go. I just don't like the course design. I don't like the atmosphere. There's nothing about it that I like, and so I wouldn't hesitate for a second if this was my own personal list to drop that down to E.
I'll let you do that if Sweetopia drops as well, because that's my least favorite of them all. So
let's
knock them both down.
Yep. No question. No problem there.
We just got to get rid of Seagull Stacks though, and then we got 5. Tatum. Oh man.
Okay, so wait, we still got to drop one more. Oh wait, did you say drop Seagull Stacks? Is that what you're saying?
No, I was just joking about that. Let's find out first. Well, okay, let's just go in terms of favorites. Like out of these remaining 6, what is the strongest?
I think Bogey.
Really, yeah. But yeah, see, that's the thing, Bogey. Even though I was saying earlier, like, it just captures the mini golf vibe so well. So I think Bogey's Bonanza's good. I think it would then go.
I'm listening.
Widow's Walkabout after that.
So, dude, as somebody who loves Halloween
No,
and
you
isn't
still
really
think
a big
that,
fan of Christmas, thanks, cousin Jimmy. Then I would absolutely. I felt kind of magical in Holiday Hideaway today, right? And
yes,
Widow's Walkabout just didn't impress me that much. Like, there's some good moments, but Holiday just is. It feels warm and fuzzy and magical, and like I said, not quite to the point of Meow Wolf, but because it's just so pretty and uses the the OLED panel to such a great degree, I would strangely put Holiday Hideaway above Widow's Walkabout.
sure. So we go Bogey's Holiday Hideaway, unless you think there's another one that's stronger.
Nope, I don't think so. But you tell me what's your next favorite of the remaining?
I don't know, man. Maybe it could be the station next.
I would agree with that. Pure gameplay. Yep.
I know this has already dropped down 1. I can see 8-bit layer dropping again, just like but 8-bit layer, I don't know. I just again the good stuff in 8-bit layer. I loved the 18th hole and stuff like that. But I think the others have a much more all round. And Seagull Stacks, I know some people are going to think it's bland, but it's actually the best kind of palette cleanser, if I was to call it that. It's just
Seagull
like
Stacks?
Yeah, I just think like you're there, you know where you are. Yeah, some of the holes are tricky, but like you're playing on the top of stacks. Like it's awesome. You wouldn't be able to do that in real life. You get blown off.
Wow.
So the order that I can see it, and then I'll let you talk about what you'd see it is Bogey's Bonanza, Holiday Hideaway, Tethy Station, Seagull Stacks, and then Widow's Walkabout. 8-bit layer gets relegated.
That's fine. Let's drop 8-bit layer.
8-bit layer is going down and down.
I know. I mean, just when you directly compare it, this was the same thing with our top 25 debate, right? When you started being like, this game versus this game, this game versus this game, it puts puts a whole different spin on it in your head. And I think that's what's happening right now. Although I like 8-bit layer a whole lot more than Template Zero, so it can stay above that for me. Honestly, this is such a palette cleanser section of the list, and I think Mount Olympus, because they're all kind of palette cleansers, I think Mount Olympus should be much higher on this. I honestly would put Mount Olympus above 8-bit layer. I would put this at the top of this category.
Yeah, I agree. Other ones that I think deserve to stay in E would be Arizona Modern.
Agreed.
I also think Venice. Again, like I think it's it's simple, but like the way it blends in the environment, I think is great. I would also say Mars Gardens. Like, yes, we want it to be more, but when I'm comparing it to the other stuff, like Mist, I found like Sweetopia, I just never found myself. I actually really like the Temple, but I can see that going down an 8-bit layer. I feel so conflicted with more and more about it.
So listen,
I don't know.
I'm honestly, I'm looking at this and feeling pretty good about it. If we dropped, hold on a second.
For me, it's what's the 5th one on E. I think is going to be the tough one.
Yeah. Okay. So on E right now, if we stick with what you just said, we have Mountain Olympus, Arizona Modern, Venice, 8-bit layer, and Mars Gardens.
Oh, 8-bit layer. It was okay at Mars Garden. Yeah. Okay.
And I feel good about that, right? Because Mars Garden is a nice place to be, but it's like it definitely feels like it's the worst of this category. And then Mount Olympus, like these are. It's funny how we put all of our palette cleansers sort of just like sort of near the end, but not totally because they're still decent. this is all making a lot of sense to me right now. This is a beautiful mind. Everything's lighting up and connecting in exactly how it should. And then, okay, so now
Right.
if you're down with what we've done, let's figure out what the worst of the worst is. And again, these are all these. If you asked me to play Walkabout right now and want to play through all 5 of these, I'd be more than happy to. That's how much I
Oh yeah.
even like the worst Walkabout courses.
What's your least favorite course out of all of them? Not out of F, out of everything. Is it in this list?
It's Zazura.
Okay, that's cool. And Sweetopia is my least favorite. So at least we got them there.
Let's move those off to the side then, and
Okay.
just so our tops and our bottoms.
But it's really interesting, man, because Azura I actually really enjoyed, and Sweetopia you actually enjoyed as well. I wouldn't like hold them in high regard, but again, it goes back to how good these are.
Yeah. Honestly, you know what? I might be wrong. I might like Zazura better than Alfheim. What if Alfheim was the bottom?
Yeah. Alfheim. I would rather play Zazura.
Yeah, me too.
Dude, we should do this. We should every weekend we'll just do a different tier. We'll do the Fs, then we'll do the E's one weekend, and just be like, oh my god, get to the S tier. Oh my god, this is.
Here's the question: what's better, Mist or Crystal Layer?
I feel like I need to play Mist again, but
I feel,
oh dude, I don't know, man.
I think Mist has so much variety in it that
That's
even
true.
if like you're not a big fan of the game or like you're not even a fan of the course, there's no denying that there's a lot going on there, right? But whereas Crystal Layer is like one note 18 times.
Yeah.
So I think Mist is better than Crystal Layer, or should rank higher.
Yeah.
Is this it? Did we make a list?
Yeah. So what's your FE? Just because it's on lag on the screen, so I can't see it. So
Alfheim is, sorry. So top to bottom is Mist, Crystal Layer, Sweetopia, Temple of Zazura, in Alfheim.
Nice, dude. What a list!
What a list! I think, and I feel really good about it. I'm looking at this and I'm like, I don't think I'd move anything. Everything works pretty well.
Do you know what I always thought about, Bryan, is doing a charity stream where you basically play every course in Walkabout mini golf in one session. I wonder how quickly or how long it would take if you had to do them on both regular and then hard.
So what's that?
Non-stop.
So 70 courses?
Yeah, shit. Oh god, yeah.
If we played simultaneous play, right, rather than so you can play with other people.
10 minutes
each. Probably, I mean,
15
roughly,
minutes each.
No, I think you could do it in 10, especially if you knew you had 70 courses to get through.
Even the hard ones. I guess because it skips
so.
after so many hits, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 700 minutes. So it's 11 hours.
11 hours.
11.6 hours. Yeah.
Boy, better keep rotating those sense controllers to make sure there's always one charged. Holy crap.
Yeah. Emma in the chat just says, I like Alfheim just for the aesthetics. Yeah, I think it's absolutely stunning.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Yep. I totally agree with that. And I think that's what saves it. I mean, I say saves it, but it was still in last place. Yeah, I mean, something had to be on the bottom, and yeah, the only thing that screams not Bryan is that I like Sweetopia a whole lot more than you do. But obviously, there's going to be some of those things here for you too.
Well, do you want Sweetopia to be to the left of F?
No, I'm good. It's your least favorite. It's your least favorite. That's going to be represented somehow.
And Zazura is your least favorite.
Yeah, totally.
Okay, so obviously you're not thinking what it would replace. Your gut feeling. Remind me what Sweetopia would be? S, A, B, or C?
I mean, it's really hard, right? I mean, it's easy to just be like, oh, it's a B or an A or whatever, but then what comes out of that category? Like, what
I know, but that's what I'm just saying. Regardless of what's in there already, like, what's your gut feeling? Like, how much do you like Sweetopia? So for Temple of Zazura, I would say it's maybe a C for me.
Okay, and I would probably put I'd honestly put Sweetopia right between Raptors Cliffs and Ice Layer, in C.
Okay, all right,
pretty good.
Dude,
Robbie says, let's clarify for the 50th time that even F tier courses are great. Yeah, again, this should not have been labeled S through F. This should have been labeled just numbers, like ranking them in a specific order, not good to bad, just what we like the most. Whoa, that was pretty crazy, man. That's pretty crazy. We got some tips to get caught up on here before we wrap this thing up. Thank you, everybody, for supporting the channel. Brian Murdoch with a $25 tip says, this was fun. Thanks, lads. Seagull stacks, got robbed. Hashtag stacks, stack life.
Stack life.
Hashtag stack life. Oh, man. I know Tatum agrees with you. Thank you so much. GameCat, specifically White Tiger, with a Canadian $2 tip, says, new to Walkabout Mini Golf. Should I buy all A and S first?
What does A&S stand for? All...
The top two categories on our chart. Just get the hole in one bundle. Just get the whole thing, right? Like, it gives you a discount, but also like even the stuff that we didn't love as much as the stuff that we do love. I think everybody should play it. Everybody should play every course and make their own decisions because there's so much good stuff here, right? And I do feel like at some point in your life, you're gonna get tired of the courses you have, and you're gonna want to step outside of the S and the A tier and see what else there is. And there's a lot, and almost all of it is good.
Looking at this list, Brian, what courses does this now make you want to go back to? Maybe because you haven't played it for a while and it's ranked quite high. So for me, the Valley and Gardens of Babylon, those are two that I definitely want to go back to.
I'm with you. I was Shangri-La for sure, Gardens of Babylon, just to kind of refresh my memory a little bit. And honestly, like I hate to say it after I shit on it so much. Labyrinth. I want to play Labyrinth again just to have an updated impression of it.
I want to play Sweetopia again for that reason.
Right?
And I'll come back and go, sorry, Brian, I made a horrible mistake.
Right. Sorry, Mighty Coconut. It didn't belong in the F tier. Yeah. So I mean, listen, you definitely buy all of A and S tier, but if you get a couple extra dollars laying around, get the hole in one bundle and get it all. So I think Mighty Coconut is a developer that should be supported, right? Whereas we've seen so many developers try to make one game and then be like, oh, I'm going to try to one it up with our next game. This is a completely different take on what a VR developer could be doing. Right, they essentially created a games as service game, but in the best possible way, in a way that we actually enjoy. We look forward to every piece of DLC that we can buy. We want to give them our money. So, So I mean, I just think that they made one awesome game, and I wonder how long they're going to support it for. Like, are we going to get 5 more years of DLC, or are we going to get Walkabout Mini Golf 2 at some point? I have no idea.
I love the fact that this is literally what we said when it first came out on PSVR2, which is, I want to keep supporting. I hope they keep sticking at this, and they have, and we're still saying it now. Like, they've not, the novelty has not worn off. It's always a joy to experience. And David and the whole team at Mighty Coconut are just incredible with what they do. They do a lot of stuff in the community as well. When they go to gaming events, they do little Walkabout mini golf quizzes and stuff like that, and events.
Do we know if it uses DFR? And it's such a silly thing to talk about when it comes to.
I have no idea.
Because I will say, listen, like Walkabout was an early title for PSVR2, and I honestly think that the focal point, if it's using DFR, that could be super sampled, man, and like just have that extreme clarity. You know what I mean? Like, we're not talking about complex environments. It is a very nice looking game. But honestly, for something that has this look to it, I mean, I feel like it could be razor sharp instead of having like that little bit of fuzz. That's the only thing I really want them to upgrade, to be honest with you. BR with the $10 tip says, this was great. Thank you, guys. No, thank you for being here. Again, this is a long ass show, and a very for a very specific audience. Did not expect anybody to be still here. I didn't expect us to be here 4 hours later, but here we are. GameCat with the Australian $5 says, Myles, wouldn't a Doctor Who course be cool? Walking inside the TARDIS would be trippy as hell.
Oh my goodness.
I think Doctor Who master of that, of course.
That'd be amazing. I'm not a Doctor Who fan, but I like the Doctor Who VR game. It's a great world and aesthetic. I think it'd be an absolutely amazing IP to have. I mean, I just think that any IP that you'd want, I can just imagine them doing a really good version. Doing Dexter, the serial killer, like doing that. Xenomorphs. I just feel like Walkabout Mini Golf just have the creativity and innovation to do any IP right. So yeah.
Yep. Sirens on my end. Yeah, it's like even if they didn't even do any more IPs and they just did their own stuff, right? Raptor Cliffs was great in Tokyo. I don't think they have to pay anyone to do the Tokyo course, right? I don't think they need to do the licenses, but it's nice to swap things up every so often. I think my tip window is about to crash too. GameCat, specifically White Tiger with the Canadian $2 tip, says, does each player need to buy a map in multiplayer? No, not to play it. You can, if anybody in your group owns it, everyone can play it as long as they're hosting the room.
Which is great.
The only thing,
great value.
But they still convince you to buy it though, right? So that A, you can play it on your own, and B, you can find all the lost balls and add those to your collection, so you can play with any balls you want. And you can't do the fox hunt without owning it. So it's awesome that you can test it out and play it and have fun with your friends. And then, if you really like it, you can go buy it later. I think it's kind of the perfect system. GameCast, specifically White Tiger with the Canadian $2 tip again, says continue developing Walkabout Mini Golf and make another game live service. Yeah, you must wonder why stop doing Walkabout Mini Golf unless people just fall off it completely and they just lose people lose interest in it. But I don't see that happening anytime soon. But it would be very cool to see what else they have.
Whenever I talk about games that have the potential, I'm always like, they should be the Walkabout Mini Golf of, and then you say whatever genre of game that they're in, just because Walkabout Mini Golf have just nailed it. You'd want to be the Walkabout Mini Golf of a go-karting game, for example. Like there was a game that was called Another Door that came on Quest. I worked at with Impact Reality, and the escape rooms were great. There was, I think, 4 of them, and I was just like, they should literally do paid DLC for additional rooms, and they never did. They moved on to the next game, as you said. But I was like, if they stick at it, and look, there's no guarantee it's going to be a success, but because the thing about Walkabout Mini Golf is, and this is not taken away from the devs, they've done the hard bit. Like, they've nailed the physics of the golf balls and stuff like that. And so obviously they got to design the maps, but the point is they've just got to work within the same framework of what they've done compared to designing a brand new game. And so when I look at Another Door and a great escape room game, I was like, they could be the Walkabout Mini Golf of escape rooms. That's kind of what you want. Because then they're just you're not going to get a better mini golf game than Walkabout Mini Golf. There might be one day, but it's going to be very hard to top because they've been in the game so long and they're iterating and just doing such a great job.
I've thought exactly the same thing so many times throughout the course of the years. Like, one of our launch titles on PSVR1 was Dying Reborn, right? They only gave us 3 escape rooms of the flat screen version that had 6. Right. But they were cool. They were very cool. Weird and maybe not greatly implemented or whatever, but I would have absolutely paid for DLC for that. 18 floors, right? They only gave us 2 floors, and then eventually made us pay for 2 more, and then never gave us any more, even as paid DLC. So I think there's a model there, but unfortunately, the downside is I don't know how well Another Door sold, but it has to sell really fucking well for them to go, well, this is worth sticking with, right? And people are going to be interested in DLC for this. Fortunately, Walkabout must have sold well. And we'll see Walkabout until hopefully Walkabout courses till the day we die, which really it's any day now. So no promises. GameCat with the Australian $5 tip says, yes, super sample for PS5 Pro, just like 90s extreme skiing. There, got it in.
Whoa.
Great show, guys. Look forward to 90s Let's Play, Miles.
That's gonna be.
Oh, you already got it scheduled.
It's next week. It's gonna be on Thursday. Okay.
If you're not subscribed to Miles, you better be, because he's going to be streaming 90s Extreme Skiing.
I've got some interesting titles this week, Brian. The 5 that I'm going to be doing this week. Yeah. Chernobyl again. House Flipper VR. Have you played House Flipper VR?
No, and actually, but I can't wait to tune in to see how Chernobyl again is these days, because lots of patches and...
All right. Well, it gets even better because on Wednesday, I'm playing Idolmaker VR.
Wow.
Yeah. then it's 90s Extreme Skiing, and then it's Electrician Simulator VR.
Dude, you're playing 3 games this week that I've not played. Like,
oh, there we go.
This is what I do for a living, and I've missed 3 PSVR2 games that you're playing this week. How crazy is that? How crazy. Well,
I feel like I should maybe bump up other games like Underdogs I've still not played. Maybe I should do that next week. This is the hardest thing when you do Let's Play planning, though, because you're like, but I've got these amazing like games that are, held in high regard that I've not played yet. But you need to split it up, because I'm kind of like, I need to do a few of these ones, these unheard ones, before I go back to a big one. Like, it's always a bit of a balancing act. Ghost of Tabor, I'm going to be doing the week of October 6th. So, like, that's a great one. And I feel like I should have played that already, but it's just the way it goes.
I will definitely post the finalists in Discord. No worries. Robbie says this episode was S tier, by the way. Thank you very much. That's awesome to hear. But it's not over, because we still got to play the 4-minute challenge. Miles, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. Because I've got a game picked out. And it's up to you guys out there and Miles right up here to figure out what game that is. You only got 4 minutes, but an infinite number of yes or no questions to ask. During that time, I love that Looper said that time to play 4-minute challenge, but with a Walkabout course. It'd be too easy. We'd be able to pick it out.
You're going to love my first question, though. 4-minute challenge, Brian. But let's go.
Okay. Well, guys, this is hard mode, so please help Miles big time.
Oh, my God.
This is super hard mode. I don't know if it's super hard, but we'll find out. All right, ready? On your mark.
Yeah.
Get Des. Go.
Did we talk about it on the show today?
Absolutely not.
I was hoping it was a quick one. Is it got multiplayer?
No.
No multiplayer. Is it on PSVR?
Yes.
Was it on PSVR2?
No.
Oh, God. Was it on other headsets?
Yes. I don't know which ones, though.
Is it a game that you wish was backwards compatible or brought to PSVR2?
Yeah, but, just for completion's sake, I'd like to play through it again, but like it's on nobody's top tier list for sure.
Okay, cool. All right. And when you say that, is it a game that you would want to get a platinum trophy for?
Yeah, but I don't even know if it had a platinum trophy, to be honest.
Maybe it doesn't. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Do you use the aim controller?
Yes, you do.
Oh wow, you do use the aim controller.
Suddenly not hard mode anymore.
Do you use? Can you use move controllers on it?
No.
Okay. Does it take place in space?
No.
Okay. Is it a tactical shooter?
No.
Is it a puzzle game? Oh no,
yes.
Oh yeah, it did.
Holy shit.
I'm trying to make sure I am going to look up just because it's been called something else on the new Quest release. Are you in it?
No.
Oh, it's not in. There's not a game Cat Island on it.
No.
Oh, okay. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, look at that. I thought it was going to be easy.
Yeah, because boxed in, and then I don't know what it's going to be called on Quest. Another puzzle game. Boxed Out, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it? Oh, man. Oh, dude, I never played that one, Looper, so I'm not sure about it. Has it got a sequel?
Not in VR.
Not in VR. Okay, so I'm just going to go for it. Is it Chromagun?
Miles, launching in 2019 from Pixel Maniacs, it is indeed the aim-controlled or DualShock 4-controlled Portal-inspired. That's a stretch.
That was it. Okay.
Yeah, puzzle shooter. Chromagun VR. I really like this. People were like, people took offense to it being compared to Portal, and I understand why. Right, not nearly as creative, but I thought it was a nice, innovative use for the aim controller, and I really liked it.
Nice.
Yep. I mean, listen, every single game that you played with the aim controller, you were firing some assault rifle or some shotgun or something. This let you fire a big cartoon paintball gun. and it was just a nice change of pace. Oh,
Nice.
right. I forgot Nick hated it, but we'll just add it to the list of shit Nick hates. I mean, he hates Immortal Legacy, so what are you gonna do? Dude, we gotta wrap this shit up. It's been over 4 hours. Thank you everybody for hanging out. This was a lot of fun. And I absolutely will post the final list in Discord. And I'll probably tweet it as well. So thank you everybody for hanging out. This was a whole lot of fun. Thanks everybody who supports the channel, whether it be supporting us at patreon.com/withoutparole or over here by being a member or by tipping during the show or by giving a gift membership as 11 people did today, or as 11 gift memberships were gifted today. Thank you to the 3 people who did that. If you tip during the show, thank you so much. We appreciate you. You guys are keeping the lights on. It means so much. Thank you. But even if you're just here, hanging out, shooting the shit, watching the show, not saying a goddamn word, we know you're out there. And we love you just as much. Here it is. Your clip of the week, courtesy of Mad Vegan. Let's go.
That's looking good. It's gonna be close.
Nice. By 0.02 meters. That is brutal.
Yeah, I gotta play some new Walkabout mini golf modes, dude. Simultaneous play is fantastic, but I
haven't played that mode yet.
The one that we just showed on Clip of the Week.
Yeah. Closest to the hole, yeah.
Yeah, neither have I. That it looks like so much fun, especially in that clip where the difference was minuscule, ridiculous. I think that'd be a whole lot of fun. It looks like they were having a blast playing it. So, and also a perfect Clip of the Week to end today's show with, obviously, mini golf, Walkabout all around.
You and I should play closest to on our least favourites each. We should play on each other and just...
Okay.
Let's do it.
I'm down. Let's do that this weekend. You gotta get to bed, and I have got to go edit PSVR this week. Myles, have a wonderful night.